check, check, check.
Place
where every step
has a story.
and every corner
have their own beauty.
the place that never stopped to grow and give a large opportunity. Ideas, passion, and togetherness will be strong collaboration for success. In here, modernization doesn't make
Hari Habitat Dunia adalah hari yang diperingati setiap Senin pada minggu pertama di bulan Oktober. Pertama kali dirayakan pada 1986 berdasarkan resolusi Majelis Umum PBB. Hari Habitat Dunia memiliki tujuan untuk meningkatkan kepedulian bersama dalam pemenuhan dasar masyarakat di bidang perumahan, permukiman, dan perkotaan. Pada tahun 2020, peringatan Hari Habitat Dunia jatuh pada tanggal 5 Oktober dengan tema Housing for All, A Better Urban Future. UN Habitat menetapkan kota Surabaya sebagai tuan rumah penyelenggaraan Hari Habitat Dunia 2020. Tema Hari Habitat Dunia tahun ini Tema Hari Habitat Dunia tahun ini menekankan pada pentingnya kualitas kota untuk menunjang kehidupan yang lebih baik, yang dapat mendorong potensi dan peluang, mengurangi kesenjangan, serta menyediakan hunian yang layak bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Undang-Undang Nomor 1 Tahun 2011 tentang Perumahan dan Kawasan Permukiman dan Kesepakatan Global dalam Target Pembangunan Berkelanjutan atau Sustainable Development Goals atau SDGs dan Agenda Baru Perkotaan atau New Urban Agenda atau NUA sudah mengamanatkan terwujudnya perumahan yang layak huni dan terjangkau bagi semua, serta akses universal air minum dan sanitasi. Pembangunan perumahan dan perkotaan di Indonesia semakin mendapatkan tantangan berat sejak munculnya pandemi COVID-19 pada awal tahun 2020. Aktivitas masyarakat di ruang publik berkurang drastis karena harus banyak melakukan kerja, belajar, dan ibadah di rumah. Kebutuhan rumah beserta lingkungan permukiman pemukimannya yang layak huni begitu mendesak di masa pandemi. Hunian dengan kemudahan akses air minum, air limbah domestik dan persampahan yang layak, serta prasarana dan sarana umum lain sangat mendukung perilaku hidup bersih dan sehat. Rumah merupakan salah satu kebutuhan dasar setiap warga negara Indonesia. Dan negara bertanggung jawab atas penyelenggaraan perumahan dan kawasan permukiman. Indonesia terus melakukan akselerasi untuk menyediakan rumah layak huni dan terjangkau untuk masyarakat berpenghasilan rendah, seperti rumah susun, rumah khusus, bantuan stimulan perumahan swadaya atau BSPS, bantuan PSU rumah umum, skema penyediaan perumahan berbasis komunitas, penjajakan kerjasama pemerintah dan badan usaha atau KPBU, fasilitas likuiditas pembiayaan perumahan atau kolaborasi dan sinergi di antara semua pihak dalam target pemenuhan kebutuhan hunian berkualitas. Mari bersama wujudkan permukiman dan perkotaan yang layak huni dan atau SDGs dan Agenda Baru Perkotaan atau New Urban Agenda atau NUA sudah mengamanatkan terwujudnya perumahan yang layak huni dan terjangkau bagi semua, serta akses universal air minum dan sanitasi. Pembangunan perumahan dan perkotaan di Indonesia semakin mendapatkan tantangan berat sejak munculnya pandemi COVID-19 pada awal tahun 2020. Aktivitas masyarakat di ruang publik berkurang drastis karena harus banyak melakukan kerja, belajar, dan ibadah di rumah. Kebutuhan rumah beserta lingkungan permukimannya yang layak huni begitu mendesak di masa pandemi. Hunian dengan kemudahan akses air minum, air limbah domestik dan persampahan yang layak, serta prasarana dan sarana umum lain sangat mendukung perilaku hidup bersih dan sehat. Rumah merupakan salah satu kebutuhan dasar setiap warga negara Indonesia. Dan negara bertanggung jawab atas penyelenggaraan perumahan dan kawasan permukiman. Indonesia terus melakukan akselerasi untuk menyediakan rumah layak huni dan terjangkau untuk masyarakat berpenghasilan rendah, seperti rumah susun, rumah khusus, bantuan stimulan perumahan swadaya atau BSPS, bantuan PSU rumah umum, skema penyediaan perumahan berbasis komunitas, penjajakan kerjasama pemerintah dan badan usaha atau KPBU, fasilitas likuiditas pembiayaan perumahan atau FLPP, subsidi selisih bunga atau SSB, bantuan pembiayaan perumahan berbasis tabungan atau BP2BT, dan tabungan perumahan rakyat atau TAPERA. Pemerintah Indonesia menargetkan pembangunan 1 juta rumah setiap tahunnya. Namun untuk memenuhi target
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Ministers, mayors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the World Habitat Day. And first of all, before we start the packed agenda for the day 2 on the World Habitat Day, Global Observance of the World Habitat Day, with our theme for this year, Housing for All, a Better Urban Future. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by showing you a brief video about our heroic city, Surabaya.
And every corner.
After all you
Every open space, just make sure that we have a fresh air to ensure our comfort. A place where every movement has a color, which can live in harmony. This is where we can make our tongue dancing. Smile. We never forget to smile. Because our government always make us smile. They give the best services for us. They create many online services. Not only that, they also present various shows and conferences that can make us proud. Those with special needs are never forgotten here. Some facilities were built especially for them. All of this, just to ensure we have a good life. This is our home.
Surabaya!
Surabaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a brief video about Surabaya, and welcome once again to Surabaya City, as we proud to be the host for Global Observance of the World Habitat Day. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to have a video from the Kingdom of Bahrain's Ministry of Housing on their work implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. Specifically, goal safe, resilient, and sustainable.
ولعله من حسن الطالع أن يأتي افتتاح هذا المعلم العصري المتميز في سياق نهضة عمرانية وحضرية شاملة ومراعية لاحتياجات كافة مناطق البحرين،
مستندة على توجيهات صاحب الجلالة عاهل البلاد المفدى الذي استلهمت من رؤاه مدن البحرين الجديدة في قالب عصري وفي إطار شامل مستدام، والتي تأتي في إطار بناء 40,000 وحدة سكنية. أخذت الحكومة الموقرة على عاتقها توفير السكن الملائم لجميع المواطنين، موكلة إلى وزارة الإسكان وضع البرامج والخطط لتنفيذ الالتزامات الإسكانية الواردة في برنامج الحكومة، مسترشدة بتوجيهات صاحب السمو الملكي ولي العهد خلال الملتقيات الحكومية السابقة.
الإنجاز حق الوطن ورؤية الملك وحلم المواطن.
مدن جديدة تبلورت في إطار المشاريع السكنية، تميزت بالاستدامة بما تضمه من منشآت ومرافق حديثة تبرز المعيشة ورفع جودة الحياة وتعزيز النسيج الاجتماعي لقاطنيها، مواكبة لرؤية البحرين الاقتصادية 2030 وبما يتماشى مع الهدف الأممي 11 من أهداف التنمية المستدامة.
أشكر شيوخنا ما قصروا يعني على هالبيوت هالحلوة اللي تشرح القلب، الجو حلو يعني تقدر تمشي في أي وقت، يعني ما في زحمة هنا عندهم.
والله صراحة بالنسبة للمنطقة جدا جميلة وتصميم رائع جدا جدا.
يعني وفروا لنا مثل ما انتم شايفين يعني ممشى متنفس حق الناس، الحدائق ما شاء الله بعد كل كم من بيت يم حديقة بعد ما شاء الله عيوننا مستانسين. أشكرهم طبعا على جهودهم في تطور طبعا بيوت السكن وايد عن قبل يعني.
أشكر الحكومة لأن وفرت لنا هالمكان عشان نروح هاي نتمشى في السياكل أنا وربعي.
آلاف الأسر البحرينية استفادت من هذه المشاريع خلال السنوات الماضية وأشادت بفكرتها الذكية، إذ وفرت هذه المدن حدائق ومساحات خضراء مفتوحة ومناطق ألعاب الأطفال والملاعب الرياضية والواجهات البحرية، كما اهتمت بالنواحي البيئية عن طريق استخدام مواد صديقة للبيئة وعبر تشجير الشوارع الرئيسية والأحياء السكنية، فضلا عن تعزيزها لثقافة ممارسة الرياضة من خلال توفير مسارات للمشي والدراجات الهوائية ورياضات أخرى، بالإضافة إلى توفير خدمات صحية وتعليمية ودينية وغيرها، بما يلبي حاجات ورغبات القاطنين والزوار.
والله بالنسبة حق المسارات في مدينة سلمان ممتازة جدا وتعطي يعني تعطينا دافع ان الواحد يعني يركب سيكل او يمارس الرياضة بشكل عام.
لا ما شاء الله المرافق اللي في مدينة سلمان جدا ممتازة حق الساكنين، وأنا واحدة ساكنة هنا في مدينة سلمان والأطفال وايد مستمتعين.
المكان مهيأ والحمد لله وفي قبالية عليه في جميع الأوقات، يعني سواء العصر أو في الليل ما شاء الله ما يفضى، ففي حركة وتشوف يعني الناس ما شاء الله مستانسة.
إرادة وطنية أثمرت هذه المشاريع، كان غراسها حسن تخطيط ممنهج من قبل وزارة الإسكان، نمت في ظل قيادة رشيدة وحكومة ذات أفكار سديدة في رؤية واحدة تهدف إلى كسب نسب قياسية خلال إنجاز مشروعاتها السكنية، بما يرتقي بالوطن والمواطن.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the video from the Kingdom of Bahrain's Ministry of Housing. Ladies and gentlemen, as we had the previous official ceremony that was held yesterday, and now let's looking back on the video of the events of yesterday, official ceremony of the global observance of World Habitat Day.
Also, and as the name suggests, eco-gas. Besok hari bisa berjalan sukses.
Saya menyampaikan selamat datang kepada seluruh delegasi dan seluruh pemenang Scroll Out Honor Award dari berbagai negara.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, today we have a very packed agenda, and we will begin with the keynote address, and we will then have 3 roundtables. And every of you, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants are very welcome to stay for them all. All the participants will be able to ask questions during the roundtables today, using the Q&A function that features on the Zoom. And we will then wrap up at the end with speeches from Executive Director of UN Habitat and the Mayor of Surabaya. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, during the roundtables, all participants will be muted their mic. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hand over to our distinguished keynote speaker for today. Ladies and gentlemen, Director General Human Settlements, Ministry of Public Works and Housing Indonesia, Dr. Insinyur Danis Hidayat Sumadilaga.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Executive Director of UN Habitat, the Honorable Governor of East Java Province, the Honorable Mayor of Surabaya, the Honorable UN Countries Delegation, Roll of Honor Award winners, leaders, experts, and activists of environmental, housing, and settlement issues, representative of universities and academia, representative of profession association and non-governmental organization.
Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Minister of Public Works and Housing, the Republic of Indonesia, it is a great pleasure for me to join all of you here on the occasion of the global observance of World Habitat Day 2020. I would like to convey my enormous appreciation to all distinguished delegates and guests who participate in this global. The United Nations has determined the theme of the World Habitat Day 2020 will be Housing for All, a Better Urban Future. Housing and urban development are two among essential elements which become catalysts for economic development, poverty alleviation, and disaster risk mitigation. Therefore, housing provision and development policy are keys to reach inclusive and sustainable urban development.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on this remarkable occasion, I would like to highlight some challenges in housing, infrastructure, and urban development in Indonesia. First, disparity in economic development is still found in western and eastern region of Indonesia. Second, Indonesian Competitiveness Index. Despite significant increase on economic performance, Indonesia still has a lot to catch up in order to increase productivity and competitiveness. Third, urbanization shown by 56% of Indonesian citizens who live in urban areas are still increasing. Such pattern will inevitably result in urban carrying capacity, inequality and inadequate drinking water supply as well as sanitation. Fourth, COVID-19 pandemic is now becoming a new threat. The government of Indonesia is mitigating its effect through the establishment of national economy. Fifth, food security is the government effort to anticipate food scarcity and support national security. Infrastructure continues to be the top priority for President Joko Widodo administration. Infrastructure is a tool for poverty alleviation by opening the access and accelerate the added value of the people's economy, while at the same time, Indonesian Competitiveness Index is also increased. Distinguished guests, in order to support the delivery of sustainable development goals and new urban agenda, Indonesia envisions housing and urban area to be livable, resilient, green, and smart in conjunction with the Ministry of Public Works and Housing vision of 100% urban smart living. Aiming at the vision the Ministry undertook within the period 2015 to 2019. First, settlement sector intended to fulfill the provision of adequate basic infrastructure and to achieve the quality of life that in line with infrastructure for all includes up to 25,000 liters per second drinking water provision to increase drinking water service coverage. Reduction of 32,000 hectares of slum area. Sanitation and waste service access for 10 million households. In disaster mitigation up to post-disaster rehabilitation, the principle of build back better are implemented as early as possible from land use plan to the detailed special zoning regulation and building code. In housing sector, intended to broaden the equitable access to livable housing equipped with adequate facility through the multi-system of housing provision. Ministry of Public Works and Housing managed to support housing sector as follows. 1 million houses program has been built with approximately 4,800,000 out of 5 million livable houses. Since 2018, the program has exceeded 1 million houses target per year, and in 2019, 75% of the total 1.25 million are intended for low-income people. Center for Housing Finance Fund Management, or PPDPP, has distributed housing finance liquidity facility at the amount of 88,000 housing units, which were 8.98 trillion rupiah, equal to 86% of the target of 100,000 units. Housing Subsidy Information System (SIKASET) has been launched to access housing finance in a convenient way through communication and information technology.
As an effort to maintain the continuity of habitat activities, government has also noticed to follow up the 2019 Habitat Agenda of Waste and Sanitation Management Program, Frontier Technology as an innovative tool to transform waste to wealth in Citarum riverbanks. In addition, Community-Based Drinking Water Provision, or PAMSIMAS, and Community-Based Sanitation, or SANIMAS program were developed to create the healthy and clean behavior in the community. These programs are also useful to prevent the spreading of COVID-19 and to reduce the number of malnutrition and stunting cases. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, according to Institute for Development of Economics and Finance, during this global COVID-19 pandemic, Indonesia economy potentially lost approximately 127 trillion rupiah. The most affected people are those who live below the poverty line and poor people and vulnerable people. To encourage is focusing on national economic recovery through these following programs. First, health facility provision in several regions in Indonesia. Government repurposed athlete dormitory in Kemayoran, Central Java as emergency hospital for COVID-19. Built hospital specifically for those infected with COVID-19 in some regions. Second, Cash for Work program for small-scale infrastructure in the field of irrigation, roads, housing, drinking water, and sanitation in order to generate job opportunities and maintain people's purchasing power. This program is targeted to absorb more than 638,000 laborers with a total budget of 12.32 trillion rupiah. Third, development of strategic area for tourism sector in 5 national priority tourism areas such as Lake Toba, Labuan Bajo, Borobudur, Mandalika, and Likupang as an effort to perform economic recovery. Fourth, domestic technology implementation for housing development through implementing technology of instant simple healthy houses, RISA, and instant panel system houses, or RUSPIN. In the future, the ministry is preparing strategies for infrastructure development in the 2020 to 2024, namely, first, continuing effort to establish smart living in the year 2030, which targeted 100% adequate drinking water access, 90% sanitation access, 10,000 hectare slum reduction, 80% access to waste management, 24 million drinking water connection. Second, supporting strategic region development, such as National Tourism Strategic Region, Special Economic Region, Industry Region, Airport and Port Region, and other production regions. Third, increasing human resource competency through construction worker certification and link and match program, which introduce construction service industry to academic institution. Fourth, developing alternative funding strategy through public-private partnership scheme to attract investors. Fifth, increasing the use of local materials and production tools to give added value to reduce import dependence, and simplifying regulation and bureaucracy such as revising ministerial regulation that may inhibit development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we realize that infrastructure development effort will not significantly work without the support and collaboration from every stakeholder. I believe this global observance of World Habitat Day is the momentum for future collaboration and knowledge sharing and strengthen ideas about housing, settlement, and slum upgrading to meet human basic rights and needs. I would be greatly supportive to strategic effort taking into account collaboration, synergy, and partnerships to reduce gaps and poverty, as well as to provide access to livable housing for all. Thank you. Minister for Public Works and Housing, the Republic of Indonesia, Basuki Hadi Mulyono. Thank you.
Thank you from the Director General Human Settlements, Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please be notified. The theme of the Round Table 1 is the launch of the Urban Agenda Platform, reporting progress and sharing knowledge in the decade of action. Therefore, Surabaya has prepared this video on the theme. Enjoy.
Surabaya, one of the biggest cities in Indonesia, received City of Habitat Award in 1992 and home its goal of honor award in 2005 and 2018. Surabaya has been gradually transforming into Garden City of the Tropic with urban forestation. Parks and gardens were spread to all parts of the city. None of them are the same, as it has its own theme and with easy access to people living nearby. Surabaya is well known as smart and livable city, with vibrant economic growth beyond the national and provincial level. Not only provides opportunity for the formal and big enterprises, but also for the startup business sectors for the youth. Co-working space is made available in many parts of the city as startup place. Special attention is given to women in doing home-based economic activities. Online service are available, from getting IDs, registering birth and death certificate, as well as many permits from building to doing business. Any kinds of emergencies can be dealt with by calling 112, like for fire, disaster, traffic accident, ambulance service, etc. Social services are also out into consideration. For example, catering service for people with special need like elderly, and, during the COVID pandemic, self-isolated family and social rehabilitation center for former leprosy patients. The city's future generations, children and youth, needs of meaningful spaces and services are diversely provided free of charge. Health service and education is free, and many scholarships are available. No children should be hampered to meet their talent and dreams. Language, Art and Computer Learning Center is established, where they can learn various foreign languages and traditional arts from the tutors, sport areas, etc. For those in special needs of autism, Down syndrome, etc., cares are given to help them to overcome their challenges. Surabaya keep improving the livelihood of people living the kampungs, from infrastructure to social and economic development support. In June 2016, UN Habitat decided to organize the PrepCom 3 for Habitat 3 in Surabaya, as Surabaya showed that city can prosper along with low-income people living in the kampungs. It also showed that NUA has been there before it was drafted in PrepCom 3 in Surabaya. In Surabaya, everyone has their place in the city, from home to the places for self-actualization.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the video to explain you about the round table 1. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, for your information, all the participants will be muted during the round tables. And you may write down the questions in the round tables by writing down and drop your question in the question and answer features on the Zoom. I now have the honor to introduce the moderator of this Roundtable 1, Ms. Emilia Sais, who is the Secretary General of United Cities and Local Governments, UCLG. Ms. Emilia Sais, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, and thank you to everybody over there in Surabaya and around the world. Good afternoon, good morning to all of you. It is really a pleasure to be with you in this official launch of the Urban Agenda platform, which we see as a reporting a platform to report progress and also share knowledge in this decade of action. It is a privilege to join you in Surabaya, the house of our Vice President of UCLG, in this global day for the observance of World Habitat Day, which is very critical for my constituency of local and regional governments around the world. As you know, we consider all the global agendas one single agenda. And in the urban era, we are convinced that the new urban agenda is actually the key building block to achieve the SDGs, the Paris agreements, to make sure that we commit to the Sendai framework. So we are very happy with this initiative, this special platform, and we are delighted to present it to you today as a partner. Allow me to introduce to you someone that needs no introduction, but I will do it anyway. The UN Habitat Executive Director, Ms. Maimouna Moudsharif, she has been an activist, but also a local government practitioner and a mayor. She is now heading the UN agency that needs to make sure that the commitment to the urban agenda is met, and that we make sure that cities, these places of opportunities, are really places of opportunities and not only places for challenges. A very big task you have, dear Maimouna, that I am sure we will be supporting as local governments, constituency, but also with the colleagues of the community, civil society, and other stakeholders. So, Maimouna, the floor is yours for the introduction. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, Amelia. Thank you very much, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Mayors, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I am very delighted to welcome you and all of you to this launch event of one of the key global initiatives at UN Habitat, namely the UN Urban Agenda platform. The idea actually of creating this platform was born during the preparation of the UN Secretary General's quadrennial report on progress in the implementation of the new urban agenda 2 years ago in 2018. At that time, I just joined and I was given this task to perform, and today the baby is born. It was agreed that for the next report that will come out in 2022, a virtual system was needed to make information on progress made by the governments and other stakeholders more accessible to everybody. So the quadrennial report and the synthesis report on SDG 11 was coordinated by UN Habitat as the designated UN focal point for sustainable urbanization and human settlements. These were prepared in close collaboration of the UN Regional Commission, UN agencies, civil society, academia, the European Commission, UCLG, and the other stakeholders and partners. I'm glad to see that many are present here in the event. This is our platform. Yeah. So today we have the platform ready for use, which is designed to report progress, share action, learn and inform and engage with stakeholders. You may be a member state ready to uphold the voluntary national report on the progress in implementing the new urban agenda. We have set a new deadline from the request of the many member states for this report to be submitted by 31st March 2021. Member state can upload the report directly on the platform, and you may be a member state, local and regional government, civil society, private sector, and other stakeholders wanting to share action. So the platform has a dedicated place for tracking and actions and were declared at the World Urban Forum 10 in Abu Dhabi and from other occasions. So on the platform, a user can follow the progress being made on these commitments and adds new updates. You may be also interested in learning more or sharing your resources. I'm proud to announce that our global capacity building toolkits for the implementation, monitoring, and reporting on the new urban agenda, starting with the online crash course launched today as part of the platform. So this online course is accessible and free of charge to anyone with access to internet. You may want to explore the Urban Best Practices Database, which is a searchable repository of inspiring breakthrough initiatives like what we see in Surabaya and in other parts of the cities. It contains vetted practices by different and award schemes. We look forward to building new partnerships to enrich this feature further. You may want also to engage with and across different stakeholders constituency through hosting or participating in online webinars, or to learn about national, regional, and world urban forums and other advocacy activities by different partners. So the Urban Agenda platform also reinforced coherent in support of the UN system-wide approach to sustainable urban development, and it strengthened the connection with the UN DESA SDG knowledge and UN effort to the global, regional, and country level. So, ladies and gentlemen, why does a virtual platform matters? UN Habitat is making this investment to strengthen and foster concrete actions. We believe that this knowledge platform will contribute to participatory and evidence-based policy making, which are necessary to achieve the cities we want. All platforms evolve with time, and it is not possible to plan them in their entirety. We look forward to address new emerging trends and requirements of the platform together. The success of the platform is dependent on your advice and engagement to ensure its continuous adaptation and relevance. So the design of the platform allows for growth and for the establishment of many new partnerships in the coming months. So this includes further synchronization with regional and country level reporting mechanism and platform. We look forward to the presentation today in the webinar, in the discussion, ideas and rich discussion today and in the months to come, and how the platform can be maximized to help cities and communities transform, engage, and accelerate the implementation of the new urban agenda and sustainable development goals globally. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Over to you, Emilia.
Thank you very much, Executive Director. Indeed, if you have an agenda but you don't monitor the progress, it is very difficult then to make sure that we maximize the impact of that agenda and that we can upscale the effects of the ambitious agendas that we have. So I think this is indeed a very, very important tool that we have given ourselves and that we need to all embrace and promote among the different stakeholders that are so relevant to meet the urban agenda. I have seen Mayor Tri Rismarini joining us, and I wanted to greet her again. Thank you for joining us, Mayor of Surabaya and Vice President of UCLG. And I am now going to give the floor to Asha Johnson from the Strategic Monitoring and Reporting Unit of UN Habitat, and the soul behind this new tool, this new platform, together with many other colleagues in UN Habitat. I know it has been a long journey, Asha. I understand we are going to have a brief video, right? And then I will give you the floor. So let's go with the video and then over to Asha.
Thank you, Emilia. I hope that everybody can see the screen in front of you, the Urban Agenda platform. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, it's my pleasure to just very briefly, in a few minutes, highlight the platform itself and to show you a little bit about how the structure is in place now for the launch. The Urban Agenda platform highlights first and foremost the relationship between the new Urban Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, and the user can immediately find out more about this relationship here. We have the crash course on the new Urban Agenda that our Executive Director highlighted just now, and everyone is welcome to already start to use the platform here for that purpose. It has 4 main entry points, which is reporting progress, sharing action, learning and informing, and engaging. I will show briefly where member states can already start reporting progress. The sharing action, as highlighted by our executive director, is created closely with the World Urban Forum Secretariat to follow and track actions, but also to invite new actions. And we invite you all to do so, to share here on the platform. Learning and informing and engaging through the Urban Agenda community, where we'll be starting to have forums in the coming weeks, also led by partners. The platform hosts all the key platforms and reports related to the New Urban Agenda. You see here linked to UNDESA, also importantly to all the voluntary local reviews, just a quick click away, as well as, of course, the other key national reports, regional level as well, very important. On the knowledge component, we have data analytics. Here, we are very much looking forward to grow the partnership with partners in the coming months. At the moment, we host here the New Urban Agenda monitoring framework, and we're going to be starting to populate it with data from the SDGs already in the next weeks. We have partnerships and networks, the advocacy that our executive director highlighted, and want to just highlight here partnerships such as with the Global Future Cities Program, which is a synchronized platform with the global platform and a model we look forward to building on with other partners as well. Looking at the best practices, I just want to quickly show you. This is a repository of a range of different best practices by partners. It has a filter. Many of our partners are with us here today. And we welcome any other schemes, whether it's an award scheme or a vetted type of case study call for good practices, to please get in touch with us. And we look forward to populating this further as well now when the structure is up. It has a filter, and it should be easy to use and search for good practices to inspire across groups. Going back on the main menu, just to show the engagement menu here, we have here all the stakeholder groups that emerge from Habitat 3. For those of you that have already visited the platform, you will see that some of them are still needing to have more content in them. This is because we're looking forward now when the structure is in place to co-create this content with our partners and to have up on the platform knowledge, case studies, anything that partners here, key stakeholders want to be made visible. What I'd like to just briefly show is the member state page. Here we have already now up ready as of this week, the upload function for member states to start their online reporting when they're ready with a help desk. The report guidelines are here, also the monitoring framework to guide. Of course, at the moment, because this is just open now, we don't have any reports yet, but as soon as they start coming in, we will be tracking them here and have a search feature whereby you can search by region and country, for example, but also by a specific area. For example, if you're interested in social inclusion, and you can then search all the available reports to see how countries have done in terms of progress in this area. Just as a last thing to show, I'm clicking up a country page. We have these country pages for all the UN member states. I've just taken Egypt as an example. And here we are, the platform is intending to consolidate all that is happening in the country as it shows on the platform. So it's up for all the stakeholders to make sure to share interesting cases, all efforts being made on the New Urban Agenda and the SDGs related to urban here. And it will be pulled up through this page. For example, also if they've done a voluntary national review, they're prompted and encouraged to do a voluntary local review, and best practices and actions that appear in a country and in one consolidated place. We have created the same logic for the city pages. So when you go to local and regional government, you have a city search as well. In the interest of time, I will end here just by highlighting these few features and give you back the floor, Emilia, and happy to get in touch with anyone who wants to start sharing more on the platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Asha, and thank you for meeting the challenge of explaining so much in such a little time. Believe me, that platform has already a lot of content, and it will have a lot more, of course. I think it's a living instrument that will need to evolve with time. I think it is very relevant to make the link, and I really like in the look of the platform the important place that SDG 11 is getting. Obviously, the new urban agenda is much more than SDG 11, but SDG 11, which for us is a building block and a cornerstone of all the other SDGs, is very much the link between the localization agenda that we have been promoting in relation to the 2030 agenda and global goals, and this new urban agenda that comes out of Habitat 3, and that tries to give us the perspective in the urban era. For the constituency of local and regional governments, and this is very linked as well with the World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments. And I think that in this reporting year that the executive director was highlighting, it will be important to meet paragraph 169 of the Habitat 3 outcome document that says that the World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments we need to be contacted and monitor the reporting and implementation. I think the platform gives us all the constituencies a very important tool to actually provide information and get information on how the rest of the constituencies are doing, as you were showing, Asha. Allow me now to go to the panel that is made up of these different parts that need to bring the agenda to life. We've got the Minister of Infrastructure of Rwanda. We've got a representative of the city from Helsinki, my dear friend Sana Marijati. We've got a Deputy Director General of the European Union Regional and Urban Policy, DG Regio, and we've got a UN resident coordinator. You know, a diverse group that has a lot of impact in making the agenda come to reality. I have forgotten to say to all of you that all of these interesting speakers' bios are being shared with you in the chat. So if you are curious about what they have done and why they have reached the challenging posts that they have, you need to check in our We are going to try to discuss what the new urban agenda means to you from your post and what this platform can also mean in your daily way. And allow me to start with the Honorable Minister from Rwanda, Gatete Kleber. I see you there, sir. You've got the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator, the UN Habitat Executive Director, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm greetings from the Republic of Rwanda, and especially my President, His Excellency Paul Kagame. I join other speakers in expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Mayor of Surabaya,
Yes, I got an
hosting this
invitation for tomorrow.
event virtually. I also want to commend the Executive Director of UN Habitat and the UN
Yes, I don't have sound. I don't know if that is the case for the rest of you. Apologies, Minister. Let me see whether we can solve it. It's working now. Go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, very good. Maybe I should start by just thanking the moderator for the platform. The UN Habitat Executive Director, my good friend, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm greetings from the Republic of Rwanda, and especially my President, His Excellency Paul Kagame, whom Emuna, I think, met when she came here to Rwanda. I join other speakers in expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Indonesia and the Mayor of Surabaya for hosting this event virtually. I also want to commend the Executive Director of UN Habitat and the UN Habitat team for successfully guiding us to this very important moment towards enabling and facilitating the reporting on implementation progress on the new urban agenda. Prior to this event, I believe most of you can recall during the first UN Habitat General Assembly in Nairobi in May last year, that there was a dedicated event that discussed the need to establish an urban agenda platform, which could facilitate member states to report on the implementation of the new urban agenda and urban SDGs, track actions and commitments, and share best practices and case studies among other companies. I'm delighted to see that this milestone has been achieved. I congratulate UN Habitat for their stewardship in ensuring this specific tool is established and operationalized. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, reporting progress on the implementation of the new urban agenda matters a lot to any member state because it is through the reporting that we can be able to assess and evaluate our performance progress level on the stipulated commitments, goals, and indicators. For Rwanda, it is a big opportunity to utilize this platform, bearing in mind that we already integrated the new urban agenda and SDGs into our national development agenda documents, like the National Strategy for Transformation, Urbanization and Rural Settlement Strategic Plan, and related strategies at the different levels all the way through the Vision 2050. The enhanced role of the cross-sectoral coordination cannot be ignored here through this platform. Different sectors, including transport, water and sanitation, energy, education, environment, and agriculture, have a big contribution to urbanization, hence the need to monitor and report on how key sectors contribute to the new urban agenda. For example, how do we improve urban sanitation? How do we protect our environment from pollution? And how do we ensure green and smart cities are some of the issues that such a platform can tackle through forums. There is no doubt that the introduction of this tool has renewed the increased momentum and the collaborative efforts towards accelerated implementation of the new urban agenda and related dimensions of the SDGs, while fostering new partnerships for effective implementation and reporting systems and mechanisms. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, with the urban agenda platform, the level of accountability by member states and other stakeholders in implementing and honoring their commitments on new urban agenda is expected to increase. This time round, stakeholders will be focused on action and impact-oriented performances in the bid to achieve the specified targets. I have no doubt that the platform will potentially support accelerated actions in member states' commitments and hence render and the speedy achievement of their respective goals. The relevant impact expected from reporting is that we derive lessons and become the basis for improvement. Given the cross-cutting nature of urbanization, reporting on urban agenda is pertinent to understand the lessons learned during implementation of different urban planning and development initiatives, and thereafter create synergies to address implementation issues. Definitely, it goes without saying that there are member states that already had existing and operating platforms related to the new urban agenda and SDGs. In Rwanda, for example, we are currently in negotiations with UN Habitat to establish a city performance framework, or City Prosperity Initiative, as they call it, as a tool to measure the prosperity, performance, and sustainability of cities, and the outcome of public policies while rendering regular monitoring and reporting of SDGs. It is important that the platform designers engage with relevant member states to ensure that the platform is compatible and integrated with the existing ones to avoid delays in reporting. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the Urban Agenda platform will enable member countries to share key initiatives and practices aimed at contributing to the new urban agenda. For the case of Rwanda, the visionary leadership, effective governance, and accountability demonstrated by the full integration of the new urban agenda and SDG 11 in the national planning and homegrown solutions rooted in the Rwandan culture are critical in driving and the accelerated achievement of new urban agenda and SDG 11. Finally, the importance of sharing knowledge and good practices from around the world cannot be ignored, and I commend UN Habitat to continue and support this initiative. This being a multi-stakeholder global platform and forum, a dialogue and exchange on how member states and stakeholders have managed to achieve certain goals will be expected and encouraged to ensure no one is left behind. I have no doubt that this reporting tool has instilled in us commitment to exchange experiences and innovations in how to monitor and report progress on the implementation of the new urban agenda towards achieving the SDGs to ensure that this vision becomes a reality. I look forward to its full operationalization and utilization by member states and stakeholders. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And thank you for acknowledging the importance of seeing this type of tools, reporting tools, not only as tools for reporting progress, but actually also as policy-making mechanisms. This is the perspective that we certainly think can be very useful in this multi-stakeholder platform, and we are very happy to see that the Minister of Infrastructure has such a clarity on the objectives. Urban infrastructure is a big challenge in our era. It will be very much a challenge in the recovery from the pandemic. So we look forward to contributing to those efforts through this platform. And thank you for the advice provided on making sure that we find synergies with other tools. I'm going now to Ms. Sanna Mari Janti from the city of Helsinki, that has very early on understood indeed that reporting mechanisms are more than that, and is an active champion in the promotion of the voluntary local reviews. The floor is yours, dear friend.
Thank you, Amelia. Thank you for providing this amazing introduction. Thank you, Maimuna, for making this all happen. Thank you, Surabaya, for providing this important platform for us to share and cherish together. I bring you greetings from the Voluntary Local Review City number 2, Helsinki. We are just in the exciting phase of preparing our second Voluntary Local Review. When we first time around started this work, it was just the city of New York and us, and now it's over 200 cities, so it really has become a global movement very quickly. But I think it's important to understand that even a voluntary local review movement is nothing if it doesn't have a context. It needs to have a global family of policy, communication, commitment, and sharing, where all the work that we do on the new urban agenda, voluntary local reviews, national reviews, etc., comes together in a clear format that is understandable for people and is a good tool for local and regional and national governments. And I think this is something we can achieve through this platform. I think a global body of knowledge, global body of sharing, and a committed community is something that we all share. And I think this tool will provide us the opportunity to take this movement to a next level. Reporting is important. Reporting is commitment. It's making visible your work. It's sharing your work with others. It's subjecting yourself and the work you do to others to review and learn from, and also criticize in some cases. And that's very valuable. But I think the next step should be that we bring all this understanding and knowledge together and really create an understanding of where we are and where we need to be in the future. And that's all action-oriented and action-based. So when we learn from reporting and when we learn from others sharing their reporting, the next step should be viable, understandable action. And that action should be shared with our citizens in a format that makes sense to them. One of our greatest concerns as far as SDG success and Agenda 2030 implementation is that it doesn't make sense to people. And I think if you talk to any community in the world, creating permanent change and creating permanent success requires behavioral change. All these actions, all these targets we have direct impact on people's lives. And that's why this platform and this work is so important, that we are able to create a narrative that makes sense to people, and we are able to show evidence and action towards that commitment, so that people can feel that we are working for them, we are creating success, we are taking sensible added value actions, and we are doing it together as a global community. And I think that is going to be the next step of this global transformation and global movement that is really going to make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this encouraging message. Indeed, I think what we are looking at here is sharing information, sharing views, criticism, as well as you were saying, not only within a community, but also across communities, across constituencies, and this platform can be exactly that too. Let us go now to Mr. Norman Spoppens, Deputy Director General of the European Union Regional and Urban Policy Division, DG Radio. The European Union was a very important player during the Habitat 3 negotiation, has a very good understanding of the role that local and regional governments can play in transformation, implementation of policy, but also development of policy. How are you, sir, now looking at this tool and the next steps for the reporting? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Emilia, and I hope you can hear me well. Honorable ministers, the mayors, all our partners and friends, I'm happy to virtually transform myself to Surabaya today. So thank you for hosting this event. You know very well that the European Commission and the European Union have been keen supporters of this global new urban agenda, and also obviously this particular tool, the urban platform. This is very important. And these platforms, of course, they take their own place in this whole setup of producing evidence, sharing knowledge, and also then making the right decisions at all levels of governance. So we do think that this platform is a great contribution to our joint efforts to improve the lives of people living in our urban areas, but not only. When we talk about urban areas now in the EU, we do talk about functional urban areas, which encompass much more than just city centers. So all in all, I wanted to reconfirm the commitment of the Union and also obviously of the European Commission to work with you in future under this global new urban agenda. We will, of course, be pursuing further our cooperation with cities and different levels of governance, member states, regions, cities, EU level, under our EU urban agenda. We are working currently with the German presidency to have a new commitment under the renewed Leipzig Charter, which is the key guiding principle, light for the cooperation at the EU level between cities and other stakeholders. And this hopefully will recommit again us to make sure that whenever we design and implement policies at the EU level, and there are many important new policies being proposed and being implemented. This green and digital, and hopefully this commitment, other stakeholders, it will show we design and implement policies at the EU level. The real needs of cities and our other territories should be these local needs need to be taken into account and adequately addressed. Of course, in our setup, the urban policy is very much linked to the cohesion policy, and cohesion policy will remain in the European Union as one of the driving tools also to invest and to provide funding for our cities. And in that context, we have also worked on our own urban data platform, also an open data platform for the cohesion policy, where you can log on and you can see what's happening, objectives, and helping investing into our cities also, regional fund to cities. But this policy making should be evidence-based, and this is what these platforms are about. And I like the fact also that they should be made understandable to everybody. Everybody who logs on should be able to see what is it that my city can do in terms of getting better air quality, in terms of improving access to health or any other issues. So all in all, we will continue working within the EU very hard to build on this necessity to have a city which is both, which is productive, which is developing, but which is also green and just, all inclusive. We will continue working on this also, and we will continue sharing our experience with you in this platform, and we also hope we will be learning a lot from other parts of the world on how they are tackle different problems. I think this is a key aim of these platforms also, is to give us information and to help us to share this knowledge with each other. In that context, we are committed. We have already been working, as I said, on the EU urban agenda. We have also worked on our second global commitment, which was a definition of cities, and we are still, we are already in the second phase of our cooperation program, International Urban Cooperation Program. We hope that in international front we can relaunch our exchanges with our partners, because obviously because of the COVID there has been a certain a certain stagnation in this cooperation. But we hope that this all can be. I wanted to say today that the Commission and obviously the European Union is very committed to global agendas, cooperation at different levels, including also with cities. So thank you for listening to me.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for confirming that commitment to working with cities, with local governments. The European Commission has been a very critical stakeholder in supporting the international movement of local and regional governments, but also the organized civil society movements, and has created a very interesting mechanism to make those two movements discuss with each other, which is the International Development Forum that we attend every year. So thank you for promoting these tools and identifying the platform as a place not only for evidence-based policy development, but also for inspiration and learning. Let us now go to the UN Resident Coordinator for the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Gulam Isaksai. I'm sure I've said your name wrong, but I'm sure you understand me. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. No, you did a very good job. Let me first offer my greetings from Baku, Azerbaijan. I would like to first thank the city of Surabaya for hosting this platform, and also my good friend Ms. Maimuna Sharif, who I met recently in the Global Urban Forum. Also my greetings to all the honorable mayors and ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I'll bring the field perspective in terms of the implementation of the urban agenda as a UN resident coordinator. As the UN Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, has stated in her speech on 5th September 2017 at the High-Level General Assembly meeting on the new urban agenda and UN Habitat, she said the battle to achieve the SDG will be won or lost in cities, because inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities will lead the way into a better future for our well-being and decent living condition for everyone. But cities can also exacerbate challenges of sustainable development, including inequality, social and economic exclusion, and environmental degradation. Or they can generate economic growth, social, cultural development, and even efficient use of natural resources. So urban poverty becomes one of the major challenges in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and our promise of leaving no one behind when it's characterized by low income and low level of access to justice, housing, water, sanitation, education, and health services. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has also exacerbated the situation of urban poverty. A new UN study has found that the coronavirus pandemic has pushed an additional 150 million children into multidimensional poverty and depriving them of education, health, housing, nutrition, sanitation, and water. A big portion of that will obviously be living in urban area. And the socioeconomic assessment that we did in Azerbaijan on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic proved and showed that the unemployment rate increased in urban area compared to rural area. And it was also higher for women in comparison to men. This reminds us that poverty has a strong spatial dimension with high concentration and entrenched marginalization in specific location. Let me also highlight some of the challenges. Much as the urban agenda is important and cuts across other important agendas, governments face serious challenges in the implementation of the new urban agenda and the urban component of the Sustainable Development Goals. One of the previous speakers highlighted that one of the main challenges is lack of awareness or low level of awareness about the potential benefits of urbanization and urban-related commitments made in the Global Development Agenda. Another challenge is the low institutional and fiscal capacity, lack of development financing, and weak multi-level governance structure and multi-stakeholder partnership. Therefore, effective implementation of the new urban agenda requires an institutional, organizational, policy and financial capacity. And here, the role of the UN system to help build such capacity at the local and national, when with the national government, is clearly outlined in the UN system-wide strategy on sustainable urban development. Let me also here highlight some of the tools that we use at the country level as a UN system to support implementation of the urban agenda. One such tool is the analytical framework we use, where we call it common country analysis, and the programming framework, where we call it the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, which is a 5-year programming framework that we agree with the government in each country. Here in Azerbaijan, the UN system has been working very closely with UN Habitat to support the government in addressing some of these challenges, but more so to support them in the ongoing gender and socioeconomic and spatial disparities that exist between the regions and the urban and rural communities, and also in terms of other components of our program. And these are done through 4 sub-programs that UN Habitat has, which are reduce spatial inequality and poverty in communities across the urban-rural continuum, enhance prosperity of cities and regions, and strengthening climate action, improve urban environment divide. And the 4th one is the effective urban crisis prevention response. There's also need for enhanced coherence and coordination across the UN system at the regional level. And over the years, past few years, the UN system has come together to streamline its advisory capacity and policy advice through a new mechanism, which is called issue-based coalition, which brings together the UN system, collective knowledge, and best practices and offer them to the government. I believe an issue-based coalition on urban agenda and sustainable urban development would be essential in linking the regional resources of the UN with the local needs. So at the end, let me say that the UN ultimate aim is to assist member states in the achievement of the 2030 agenda and related global agreements through better planned urbanization, drawing upon some other tools or some other commitments, such as the Addis Ababa Action Plan Agenda on Financing for Development, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Paris Agreement on the Climate Change, and the Global Compact for Refugees and Migrants, and that can link into the new urban agenda. So I wish you all a very fruitful forum. So thank you, and we'll be happy to take questions afterwards.
Thank you very much for bringing the COVID perspective back and for linking to all of these other global agendas that we were introducing at the beginning as being very related to how well we actually implement the new urban agenda. If you look at the COVID pandemic, most of the critical issues that we need to address are very related to our reality of living in cities. You look at housing, you look at transportation and mobility, both human and infrastructural. You look at health, at service provision. It's all very, very related to this urban era that we are in. And I couldn't agree more that this is going to have a very big impact in the implementation of the new urban agenda. And it might even be an opportunity to make sure that the implementation of the new urban agenda is really seen as a critical part of the SDGs. So that leads me also to the second panel that we have, that is going to be considering also from different constituencies' perspective, what will it take to accelerate implementation of the global agendas. I very much agree with the previous speakers that we need global approaches and that the UN has a very critical role to play here. But it will be interesting to hear from the constituencies representatives coming up from the perspective of the national government, but also of civil society, how this can be done. What does it take? What can we do to accelerate implementation? So I'm going to start, and remember you have the bios of these very interesting speakers in this chat. I'm going to start with the Minister of Development Funds and Regional Policy of Poland, Honorable Małgorzata Jaworska. I am terrible with names. I hope you have you have heard me correctly. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak, exactly. But it's okay. Emilia, Maimuna, it's very nice to see you in a good health. Dear participants, it's very nice to hear you and see here. I hope so that we will see soon in virtual. So first of all, let me thank the city of Surabaya and the UN Habitat for the excellent organization of this year's World Habitat Day Global Observance. I'm happy that despite the pandemic situation, we are able to meet virtually and discuss on the theme Housing for All, a Better Urban Future. As for your question, I would like to underline that the agenda for sustainable development 2030 and new urban agenda are important reference points for the implementation of national development policy, including urban policy in Poland. Poland is determined to implement the 2030 agenda and approaches this program as a long-term investment. Our objectives and targets, which we set more than 3 years ago, correspond to the needs identified in the 2030 agenda. The pandemic situation is a huge international challenge. The 2030 agenda should certainly be a signpost for many countries to recover better from the crisis. We agree that we cannot postpone the implementation of sustainable development goals and that the time for action is here and now. Although, in principle, the implementation of sustainable development goals is in the hands of governments around the world. The fact is that this vision will not be achieved without a determined and sustained effort undertaken by different stakeholders. We appreciate that the role of the private sector, the business community, and also cities as a driver of growth and jobs. The importance of city is the development of regions, countries, and the whole world in significant. We therefore attach importance to any initiative launched by cities and work closely with them. Therefore, partnership is a key participle that guides the implementation of the new urban agenda. Thanks to this, everyone involved in the process can feel as its owners and be responsible for the success of changes. Urban policy is of a unique character as a cross-cutting and multi-sectoral policy. In order to achieve its goals, we must not only plan local policies properly, but also coordinate urban policy measures at the national and international levels. Therefore, also an integrated approach is a key to sustainable urban development. Poland is an active partner in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We are currently in the process of updating our national urban policy, strategic document which sets direction for urban development. The assumption for our new urban policy will be presented during 3rd National Urban Forum on 16th October. Last year, during the 1st National Urban Forum, we presented the report Sustainable Urban Development in Poland, National Urban Policy in the context of Goal 11 of the 2030 Agenda and the New Urban Agenda, that present in detail Poland's activities in the implementation of urban policy and SG 11, as well as the new urban agenda. We implement a number of strategic projects and horizontal actions, for instance, the revitalization program for degraded areas in Poland cities, package for medium-sized cities, wide range of support for cities that have so far been systematically losing their socio-economic functions, the government program called Clean Air to improve air quality, and also Accessibility Plus program and adjusting public space, architecture, transport, and products to the requirements of all citizens, including those with disabilities. More than 70 Polish cities have also been involved in the fight against climate change within the non-state actor zone for climate actions NASCA platform. And the National Urban Forum also resulted in declaration on implementation of the National Urban Policy and the UN New Urban Agenda adopted by the ministers participating in the meeting and the accession of Polish cities. On the basis of this declaration, we want to continue this cooperation also in updating the National Urban Policy. And this kind of action proves that cities need to be more aware and involved in implementation of both SDGs and new urban agenda. This could be promoted through the urban agenda platform, also enabling cities to share their experience on that. I think that the urban agenda platform could be a voluntary share point for countries to present their urban policies and effective national solution in urban development. Moreover, it could be also a good knowledge base for cities to promote broader implementation of SDG at local level and exchange their experience in implementing sustainable urban development. In this context, worth mentioning is also campaigning which
Minister,
the host...
we will need you to start wrapping up. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
So please, just some final remarks. Half a minute.
Yes, the last remark, I would like to kindly encourage you to visit Katowice in 2022, which from the former coal mining is transforming into a green and sustainable city. Hopefully is already post-pandemic condition, because the Katowice will be the host of 11 World Urban Forum in 2022. So I invite you to visit the Katowice, all of you, and I hope so that we will see face to face.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. I am privileged to have been in Katowice already, but I encourage everybody to join and to see the transformation of that space. I think it's very relevant what you shared with us, how dependent the national plans are also from local plans and from international plans. That connection is what this platform is trying to provide. Let us go now without further delay to the Director of National Infrastructure Development in the Ministry of Public Works and Housing of Indonesia, our host Indonesia of this celebration of the World Habitat Day 2020, Mr. Firman Napitupulu. The floor is yours, Engineer. You are muted. Unmute yourself.
Okay, it's all right there? Okay. Thank you, Emilia. Good morning, good evening for everybody, wherever you are. I'm very happy that now we are celebrate how we can develop, or we can sharing the knowledge, how we can make our community better than before. Now I'm going to share with you how our country in Indonesia, kind of success story, or our struggle, how to make our cities more better than before. Especially now we have, facing the pandemic that make us very difficult how to develop our country, our community. In carrying out the commitment to implement during the last decade the principle of NUMA and SDG, the government of Indonesia has carried out various outreach activities nationally, including carrying out the process of internalizing the protocols into various formulation of the government policies in urban development program in Indonesia. Now, considering the population of growth in Indonesia, which will reach 60% in urban area in 2030, several steps in measurable performance has been taken so far to facilitate the agenda in national urban development policy implementation as follows. Since the early stages, the principles of SDG and NUMA were integrated sporadically into the practices of urban development process carried out by the central government and local government in Indonesia together. especially focusing on sanitation, water supplies, slum housing area improvement. While during the end of third period of the year, planned on 2015 to 2019, the government of Indonesia issued the Presidential Regulation number 59 2019 concerning the implementation of SDGs in Indonesia, which mandated the Minister of National Development Planning of Government of Indonesia to prepare the roadmaps of SDGs of Indonesia. The roadmap defines issues of projection of main SDG indicators in its goal, including its forward-looking policies to achieve the targets. Following up the statement of Government of Indonesia at the 26th session of Governing Council of the UN Human Settlements Program in Nairobi last 2017, the government of Indonesia carried out the preparation of a national urban development policy that will adopt the principle of NUA and SDGs throughout the pilot project of National Urban Development Program 2045, which is to be the pilot of model of the program that currently is still under process of the formulation. The project formulation is implemented by involving the multi-stakeholders in central government, including the local governments. And we are going to learn together how to internalize the principles of the NUA and SDGs. As the basis of local government understand the principles of SDG and NUA in urban development, following the commitment of Government of Indonesia in Habitat Conference in Quito, the Government of Indonesia has taken initiative to translate the NUA and also in Bahasa, and also prepared the series practical guidelines for implementing the protocols of NUA into urban development program, which is socialized through a serial meeting with local government agencies. This is, of course, very difficult effort for us. In order to support the realization of implementing the NUA principles in urban development, the principles of new approach have been outlined in Government Regulation 14/2016 concerning housing and settlements area development. Currently, the Government of Indonesia, the Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing is currently completing the agenda for setting up the mandates as derivatives of the regulation into technical guidelines. In addition, the Minister of Public Works and Public Housing of Republic Indonesia, as responsible institution for the provision of urban infrastructure in Indonesia, in 2017 has formulated the vision of the Minister of Public Works 2030 that legalized in public works, public housing to 26 and PRT 2017, which states that the ministry would realize the achievement of smart living in urban development nationally that meets the NUA and SDGs protocols in 2030.
1 minute to wrap up, sir.
Yeah. Yes. As the how we can accelerate the action. So we have the recommendation that maybe the UN Secretary have to support the acceleration of the case of action in our country of how to implement the NUA and SDG principle by monitoring the agenda. They in a certain year, whether this our project or our effort is already in the in certain standard. Furthermore, for this reason, we encourage the Secretariat to prepare a sort of technical operation guideline of the implementation of SDG and NUA principles, which can also be used as monitoring instrument to see how far its commitment will be will be fulfilled by the every member of the country. I guess this is what I want to share with you. So thank you very much to everybody, and hope that all the program very full. It's very fruitful seminar will be very helpful for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. What you have brought to the discussion, like our previous speaker, the minister from Poland, is this all government, all country approach. And in the case of Indonesia, it's very clear that the government of Indonesia has embraced the international agendas as their own and very clearly identified them as national policies, certainly in the case of the SDGs, which I think is a very relevant notion for us all. And this platform creates also a space where these all country approaches can be reached and informed transnationally, internationally. Let us go now to a representative of the Wahiru Commission and grassroots women in Malaysia, my dear friends, Sri Sofyan. She's been a very active partner also in the negotiations towards the new urban agenda in the Habitat 3 process. Sri, how can we accelerate?
Thank you very much to the organizer for inviting me. Good morning, good afternoon, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, Emilia, how can we accelerate implementation? I think this new urban agenda platform provides opportunity for an inclusive space of recognition and contribution by all stakeholders. For me, who works with grassroots women organization in more than 50 countries, we see that grassroots organization, people who are living in the informal sector, other stakeholders, be it farmers, be it youth, be it older person, are actually already contributing and doing and implementing the new urban agenda. What does we mean by effective implementation? Do we only see policy, programs? We want to see things that actually improve the living condition, status, and quality of life of the people who live in the cities, in the human settlement. And this is an opportunity, the new urban agenda platform, or the urban agenda platform as it's called, actually is giving a space, a recognition to government being transparent about what they're doing and what other stakeholders can actually work together and partner to make the changes, better living condition, and also contribute to overall achievement of the SDGs. And we must encourage, I think, the part about partnership, recognition, and acknowledgement of all contribution. I would like to go into what actually the platform, the features of the platform that actually bring inclusiveness, bring engagement. Yeah, Osa in her introduction mentioned about engagement. So engagement of the stakeholders, actually we could use the platform also exists in UN Habitat, the World Urban Campaign, which has so many 16 partner constituent group to actually work and co-create the space on the platform, but also to work with partners, with the UN Habitat team to actually put and give a content to those spaces. Now, the share action space within the platform, this is very encouraging because one can propose new action. So it's not just limited to government or formal entity, but all stakeholders has that space and opportunity, yeah, and also sharing progress. For example, sharing progress through the the World Urban Campaign, Urban Thinkers Campus. Many groups have actually, since 2016, 17, and 18, keep reminding and actually advocating implementation of the new urban agenda, and also monitoring what their local government or government are doing. So this can also bridge also the reporting, the formal reporting, and also the informal reporting, where UN Habitat, when they want to report, you know, you have quantitative and qualitative. So the qualitative one, you can also get input from this space. And then the part about learning and sharing, the knowledge part, it offers opportunity to also stakeholders, including grassroots women organization, informal sector groups, you know, community-based group, researchers and all that, to come up with tools and share things that they are doing, you know, at the local level, and give a bigger picture of actually what is being implemented and what is actually taking place in any locality. Because right now, for example, in this COVID, how we are responding to COVID, many frontliners are actually people who are in the informal sector. You know, I work with a group in the Philippines. They are in the informal sector. They have this saving mechanism that through the saving mechanism, they are able to actually secure food security during the lockdown. That's a contribution. That's something that, you know, is not maybe recognized or reported in the formal platform. Yeah. And that this space, you know, like what Edie Maimuna mentioned, participatory is very important, and also evidence-based action that this space would give. The other point
1 minute to wrap up, Sri.
Yes, thank you, Amelia. So basically, partnership, recognition, accountability, transparency, this space gives all that opportunity, and it's how we take advantage both sides, from UN Habitat side and also working with stakeholder, bottom up and top down. We merge and we will be giving better meaning to implementation and to improving life overall. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sri. You have brought to the discussion the issue of sharing, but we have many platforms already where we share. But I think most importantly, I think it's about acknowledgement now. If we want to mature and evolve in our partnerships, this acknowledgement issue that you have brought to the table is extremely important. Realizing that maybe not only the formal reporting mechanisms need to be relevant, and in this time of COVID, we have all understood how important informality is, and how it impacts in our way of life. And that is very much part and parcel of our reality. So thank you for these inputs. I'm going now to Mr. Raghi Saro from Expo 2020 in Dubai. You've got the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this introduction, distinguished panelists and participants from all over the world. Hello from Dubai. First, I'd like to virtually take the opportunity to sincerely thank UN Habitat and the city of Surabaya for hosting this and organizing this important meeting that, one, will shape a new era for the implementation and monitoring for the new urban agenda, but two, for launching a multi-stakeholder global platform that will allow a variety of engagement from both the usual but also the new stakeholders that are now provided with space to contribute towards a common goal. Now, to answer the question, and I'm going to touch on a few points, I would first like to inform that Expo 2020 has always been aligned with the global frameworks, in a sense that prior and post-COVID era, we have embedded the Sustainable Development Goals within our culture. In fact, SDGs are part of our DNA. Following the footsteps of our Expo's Director General and UAE's Minister of State for International Cooperation, Her Excellency Reem Al-Hashmi, this commitment has been there from day one. From choosing a sub-theme of opportunity to launching a pavilion with a special focus on SDGs, where the key messages of creating agents of change to build a better future for everyone is well echoed daily through our offices and our site. Even small actions can make a big impact is what we keep reminding ourselves on a daily basis. Additionally, we had launched the best practice program that showcases real solutions to the world's biggest challenges, in which we are very proud to have UN Habitat as part of our jury for the Resilient Habitat Key Area. This program highlights projects from all over the world, has provided impactful and sustainable interventions, keeping in mind the need to expand and replicate those practices globally, regionally, as well as locally as well. Another key example is our strong partnership with the United Nations, which through their pavilion, we hope to achieve and create a lasting engagement for action and impact revolving around the SDGs, where the idea will be to invite all visitors to take a seat and participate in a world that will shape our future. The same goes with also in other international organizations and regional organizations such as the League of Arab States and the African Union, who both will be actually participating for the first time at the World Expo with their own pavilion. The African Union, there's a huge focus on promoting Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, its flagship projects of sustainable development. Just as an example, in terms of urban development, we're working closely with the EU to identify ways how we can promote the program of infrastructure development in Africa and its second phase, the PIDA 2. And now in support of also accelerating and advocating for SDG 11, during the 6-month event, we will have a dedicated full thematic week focusing on urban and rural development. We hope that by highlighting and zooming in into the importance of the topic, we are providing participants as well as our visitors the opportunity to contribute, create synergies and partnerships, and collaborate. We're happy that one of these events will take place, will be co-led with UN Habitat, and will focus on inclusive cities. In fact, currently in parallel to this event, Expo is in the middle of hosting its first of our series, pre-Expo virtual events, which is one way or another highlight the importance of the SDGs. Next year, we will open our gates October 1st, and we will continue for 6 months. So these pre-events kind of offer a series of programming that mirror the Expo calendar as a teaser to the public and to what is going to come during the actual event. Urban and Rural Development Pre-Expo Week will take over a course of 2 days, we'll possibly kickstart during World Cities Day. We'll look forward to welcoming everybody virtually once that kickstarts. And of course, saving the best for last, and one of my personal favorites is World Cities Day, in which in fact is a tradition of World Expos as it came out of an outcome of Shanghai Expo in 2010. We are looking forward to organizing something probably spectacular. Taking note, next year marks the 5-year since the adoption of the new urban agenda. So this event can both shed light on the importance of the agenda, but secondly, on accelerating and monitoring its implementation. And here, the urban agenda platform will be key and important to be recognized at Expo. On that note, we are happy to see that Expo's urban-related best practices have been featured on the platform. I personally urge everyone to please do visit the website and read some of these very impressive solutions. Part of our job at Expo is to also recognize the immense work and do that. Lastly, I'd like to commend the efforts that has been made to launch this platform. One is it that allows its users and stakeholders from different backgrounds to be able to tap into like wealth, and not just information and services, but possibly even funding at a later stage. There's no doubt that coordination, advocacy, capacity building, sharing of best practices is essential, but there's also a need to fill the existing gap between all stakeholders, be it international organizations, private sector, and youth and women, to name a few. We need to be reminded that platforms, and let us echo Madam Mainuma's words during her opening remarks. Let us together achieve the city's world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing this perspective. World Expos have historically triggered great transformation, and I think it is very important that it is bringing. I don't know what is happening. I was hearing French in my screen. but very, very relevant to have World Expos embracing these global agendas, and we will certainly be very happy to accompany those efforts. Thank you very much. So let me go now to some wrap-up comments from Dr. Kalpana Viswana, the co-founder and CEO of Safe Street India. Are you with us, sir?
Yes, I am.
Oh, it's a lady. I'm sorry, I had missed her here. Go ahead. I'm very happy to introduce you.
Thank you. Can you all hear me clearly? Yes. Okay, so I think it's very fitting to launch an urban platform, an online platform in 2020, when actually the virtual space has been literally saved our ability to converse, you know, in across the world. I mean, many of us met in Abu Dhabi earlier this year, and I was just saying it feels like ages ago that we actually met and saw each other's face, and it's lovely to see all of you again on screen. I think what the urban platform to me really, and as all the speakers have said, it makes the new urban agenda a living document. You know, it makes it a space that we can converse, interact, interrogate, critique, share, and learn from. So what do we need? I mean, I've looked at the platform, and I think there's some very key elements there. And what we need is data that is creatively and innovatively organized. There are many other platforms, I agree. But I think at some level on the web, we're also overpowered with information and data. And what is useful is something that is well organized in creative and innovative ways that speaks to different stakeholders, as well as increases its value, its utility and meaning. And I think that's one thing that this urban platform to me is doing. It is also moving to the next level of exchange and learning to generate conversations. So it's not a static space. It is really, and it must become more. I know it's just been launched, and my hope, and I'm sure that's what UN Habitat will be doing, is to make it a more generative space of conversations. COVID-19, as some speakers before me have mentioned, has really brought home the centrality as well as the vulnerability of cities and people living in them. And therefore, you know, the conversations need to continue to be around them. I think another key element that Shri and other speakers have brought out is the democratization of data and knowledge. While it's very, very important that all of us can access the voluntary reports from city governments, the national governments, I think that's a big one, because sometimes in some countries, they do not have access to their own country reports. So I think if UN Habitat is putting it here, it is something that is democratizing data. It's also linking it, and I think this is the very important point. How do you link it to a diverse set of stakeholders? It was, some speakers have brought it up. We have, of course, the member states and the national governments who will be reporting. There are the city and municipal governments, which is the other very key actor. But I think what to me this platform is doing is going beyond this to say, okay, there are also academics and researchers who are doing very interesting work around this. We saw this even at Quito, the kind of analysis and deep thinking that has come out from the new urban agenda. The NGOs, CBOs, grassroots, private sector, and the media. We have to include the media in this conversation because we wanted to go beyond our webinar and our spaces, but really to the citizen in each city who begins to see that she and he has a voice, has a space to intervene. And therefore, we have to build practices from the ground. And my final point is that, you know, I have a Safety Pin as a technology company, but I do recognize there is a deep digital divide that still exists in our world. It is linked to class, it's linked to ethnicity, it's linked to gender. And therefore, a platform like this, to be truly transformative, must bridge the online and the offline to make sure those conversations that are happening here build from those happening on the ground and vice versa. And the movement is such so that As I said, it is really a truly transformative space. I think today we recognize in the decade of action, we need practices, we need actions, we need theory, we need thinking, we need thinkers, we need governments who are looking to do transformative change in our cities, our countries, and our world. Thank you very much to all of you and to UN Habitat for this wonderful platform that they have provided.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalpana. Apologies for not recognizing you because we have even met and before. Thank you very much for these very concise, very powerful wrap-up remarks that I think really have captured the spirit of the exchange we have had, and I think the intention of the platform and its usefulness. I think we all relate to that, and from my side, I very much see this as a great opportunity for all constituencies, all habitat constituencies, to contribute. Asha, Maimuna, I don't know if you want to add anything. I think we can be satisfied with this launch. We don't have time for discussion. Unless you want to share anything with us, Executive Director or Asha, I would suggest that we close the session.
Emilia, I just want to say thank you very much for all the feedback, for all the comments, and also for all the spirit that you give us, that we want to work together with you and to make this platform workable and actionable. That's all. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, UN Habitat, and congratulations to us all. Thank you, colleagues. A big applause for us. We've got a lot of work to do, eh? The work starts now. Thank you. Congratulations. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks, Osa. Thanks, colleagues. Thanks, friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnson.
Well, thank you, our moderator for the roundtable one, Miss Amelia Sais, as the Secretary General of United Cities and Local Government. That was such a really lovable roundtables. Even we're meeting up on the virtual mode, but love the spirits from every participants on the first roundtables. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we are going to have a 5 minutes recessment for the break. And I am very looking forward for you, all the participants, and ladies and gentlemen, to back for the roundtable 2 on responding to resilient, inclusive, gender equal, and green economic recovery in informal settlements. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we will have a break for around 5 minutes. Meanwhile, for you who stay on the line, so please stay. Meanwhile, we're going to give you some of the general videos regarding to our theme for this year. Housing for all, a better urban future. We'll be right back. Stay on the line.
भनेर एकदम चिन्ता पनि लाग्यो। अनि भन्दै लाँदाखेरिमा बनाऊ कसो नहोला के नहोला भन्दै लाँदा अहिले बलक बनाएर मैले दिन पुर्याएर बेच्न पनि पाएन। त्यस्तो भन्दै लाँदाखेरि पछि त खुस भइदियो। फेरि अर्को मेसिन मगाएर अब फेरि हामी यसमा सुरु गर्दैछौँ। अब फेरि गर्दै लाँदाखेरिमा भोलि अब के कसरी हुँदै जाँदाखेरिमा अनि सबै कुरा सजिलो अवसर आउँदाखेरिमा हामी सबै गर्न भन्ने त सोचेछौँ। अहिले त अब धेरै मान्छेहरूले बुझे सोधे अब हाम्रो नेपाल सरकारबाटै छाप भएर आयो नि, दर्ता भएरै आयो। त्यसले गर्दाखेरिमा जम्मै बकाइद त भन्छ। मेरो श्रीमान पनि त घरमा हुँदाखेरिमा यो कुरा मात्रै भइदिया भइदिए यहीँ बसेर त्यहाँ जाने खर्चले यहीँ बसेर गर्न पाए ऋणबाट नि अहिले मुक्त भइसक्थ्यौँ। पैसा केही बचत हुन्थ्यो हुने रहेछ। बालबच्चा पढाउनको लागि पनि 2-4 पैसाको लागि पनि खाँचो नहुने गाह्रो नहुने सजिलो हुने भन्ने अहिले म कति पछुता छु। मेरा वरिपरिका साथी सम्झिनेहरूलाई मैले काम पनि दिन पाएँ होइन। अनि आज यस्तो भनेर मैले केही समाचार सुनाउन पनि पाएँ होइन। अनि बेरोजगार भएर बसिरहेको महिलाहरूलाई अहिले निरन्तरले काममा दिन पाउँदाखेरिमा पनि उनीहरू पनि धेरै अत्याधिक खुसी छन्। सक्दैन भनेर त केही नगरेर पछुताएर मैले बोले केही हुँदैन भनेर चुप लाएर बस्यो भने त केही काम पनि हुँदैन। किन हुँदैन गरेपछि भनेर अघि बढेर गर्न सक्यो भने जे पनि हुन्छ, जे पनि हुन्छ।
नयाँ घर राम्रो छ बलि यो हिजो लाउँदा नि नभत्केला जस्तो छ। यो घरमा कोठाहरू धेरै ठुला खालका राम्रा छन्। हाम्रो घर बनाउँदाखेरि मान्छेहरूले राम्रो छ भन्ने हामी पनि यस्तै बनाउँछु भन्ने
नयाँ घरमा बसेपछि खुसी हुँदैन। नयाँ घरमा बस्न पाए दुःख पनि धेरै भयो। अब खुसी त हुन परेको नि।
भैँचालो गएपछि बुवा नि बिरामी हुनुभयो। घर पनि लड्न लागेको थियो। अनि यहाँ छाप्रो हालेर बसेको थियो। अनि छाप्रो नि जताततैबाट देखिने क्या बाहिर भित्र गएर जान डर लाग्ने बाहिरभित्र गर्न अन्धकार थियो। अनि त्यहाँ पछाडि बुवा नि बित्नु भयो। अनि हामी 3 जना भयौँ भाइहरू र म मात्र। बुवा पनि बितेपछि हाम्रो यो संसारमा कोही नै छैन जस्तो भयो। धेरै दुःख पायौँ, धेरै पीडा भयो। अनि अब बाटोको छेउ पानी पर्यो भने नि डर लाग्थ्यो, हावा लाग्यो भने नि डर लाग्थ्यो, कोही आउने हो कि जस्तो लाग्थ्यो। भाइहरूलाई अब के गरी बचाउने होला, अब केही हुने हो कि हावाहुरीबाट केही हुने हो कि लड्ने हो कि जस्तो लाग्थ्यो। होइन अब दिदी के गर्ने, हावा लाग्यो अब हामी के गर्ने, हामी मरिन्छ दिदी अब अरूको जस्तो घर कसरी बनाउने भनेर बारम्बार प्रश्न गर्थे। आफू अब उनीहरूसँगै रुन थालेर भएन उनीहरूले नदेख्ने गरी म छु म भएपछि केही हुँदैन म गर्छु भन्थे अहिले चाहिँ घर बनाएको छ धेरै खुसी भएको छु म पहिलाको घरमा भन्दा अहिले धेरै फरक छ धेरै राम्रो छ बलियो छ अहिलेको अहिले अब सिमेन्टी लाएर केही गर्नु पर्दैन आफूलाई काम गर्ने केही कुरामा पनि यो घर सजिलो छ भाइहरू पनि धेरै खुसी छन् यो घरको बारेमा त धेरै राम्रो लाग्छ धेरै राम्रो घर बनाइयो जस्तो लाग्छ पहिला अब घर पनि छैन के गर्ने होला अब मरिन्छ होला हाम्रो कोही छैन जस्तो लागेको थियो अहिले हामीले धेरै आमा बुवा जस्तै मान्छे पाएको छौँ त्यसमा नि खुसी लाग्छ धेरै भैँचालोले के गर्छ जस्तो लाग्दैन त्यस्तो डर लाग्दैन घरबाट चाहिँ अब केही होला कि जस्तो लाग्दैन अब जमिनै फाट्यो भनेदेखि त अब के गर्न सकिन्छ र नत्र घरैबाट चाहिँ के हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्दैन पहिलाको भन्दा गाउँ पनि धेरै राम्रो भएको छ विकास हुँदै गएको छ पछिसम्म झन् अब बढ्दै बढ्दै गएर धेरै राम्रो हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ
Come in.
मान्छेले भन्छन् बाललाई यस्तो माटो कुटेर
Hi, how are you? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After we have around 5 minutes recessment and break. So I'm hoping that you, all the participants, already stay on the line with us. And now we're going to continue for the round table 2 for today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. On the theme of round table 2, responding to resilient, inclusive, gender equal, and green economic recovery in informal settlements. I would now like to introduce you, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, our moderator for the round table 2, Mr. Robert Louis Littington, Chief of the Land Housing and Shelter Section, UN Habitat. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me clearly enough. We're still somewhat getting used to the wonders of a video conferencing world. Thank you very much to Surabaya for hosting this event and for hosting the whole day. It is a great pleasure to take part in this second round table as highlighted on resilience, inclusiveness, gender equality, and green economic recovery in informal settlements. They always say that we should judge our development and we should judge our standards by how we look after those who are most vulnerable, how we cater for the interests of those who are most marginalized. In many, many countries, this basically refers to those who are living in informal settlements. So this is of central importance as an issue, not just to the particular residents of these areas, but also to countries as a whole as a key indicator of their economic and social development. We have an amazing range of participants today. I'm really honored by the broad group that have come together. This is very much reflective of the work that UN Habitat does on informal settlements, principally through the participatory slum upgrading program and other projects that relate closely to that. These are kinds of projects are only made possible by the partners who engage and by the donors who support that, in particular the European Commission. So thank you to all of those of you who are there representing our partners, representing the Commission. I hope that those of you who haven't yet got involved with this program in one way or another will be spurred on by the discussions today to get in touch afterwards and see how we can collaborate. So without further ado, and in the interest of trying to keep up to time, which is very, very short today, I would like to welcome comments from the Honourable Tri Rishmaharani, the Mayor of Surabaya, as our hosts, and to provide some welcome remarks and reflections on COVID impact and context, and the relevance of the topic and its links to World Habitat Day. Over to you, Honourable Mayor.
Thank you, moderator. Honorable Ms. Yvonne Aiki Sawyer, the Mayor of Freetown, Sierra Leone, distinguished speakers and partners, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon from Surabaya. Good morning, good night. Sometimes we as a local leaders, as a mayor, a city planners who have authority over a city might be easily thinking that slums shall be demolished or relocated. But in fact, we really cannot ignore that human existence there. Therefore, what we do in Surabaya is to see slum area or informal settlements as a sector that should not disrupt the development of the city. Instead, if we can treat them well, they can contribute to the development of the city and make the city more resilient. When the master plan of Surabaya was drafted in early 70s, planners and the city government agreed that existing kampung or urban villages, especially those in the old part of the city, should be protected as urban heritage. Not long afterwards, a development policy was issued that prohibited new development, including housing by real estate, to disrupt the existing kampungs and peri-urban villages. Therefore, we never have a concept of demolishing informal settlement to give way for new development. With that perspective, we implement a number of projects to rejuvenate the area, improve the infrastructure and basic services, including roads, drainage, sanitation, and develop a joint planning together with citizens dwelling the area. After that, we educated them on the importance of clean beauty and comfortable living area. The next step we do is providing them with adequate street lighting, knowing the narrow area in urban villages. When we see them ready to scale up, the city government invites them to a local economic development program by providing free training on making local products such as handicraft, foods, fashion, and so on. In a hope that the family's economy can increase through the role of mother and they can be more resilient economically. In our culture, there is a norm that women or mothers are expected to stay at home while men are going out to work. Upholding this value, we invite mothers to be second driver of their family's economy by being entrepreneurs and working from home. The city government assists them with free training and access to market. The benefits have been real. We record an increase in local economy of the citizen, along with the increase of their purchasing power. Having their income increase, then they are able to improve their own houses to be more decent and livable. In fact, they are not only improving their house, but also the surrounding environment, including streets in front of their house, because they see it is a part of their front home yard. For people living along the riverbank, we help them to move into a low-cost rental apartment with cost only $5 per month. In those low-cost apartments in most urban villages, we build public parks, sport fields, libraries, children playground, community hall, equipped with computer, printer, and free Wi-Fi connection, as well as broadband learning center, which provide free training to promote digital literacy. Public clinics are also available in the apartment area for an easier access to health services. With all these free facilities, people will not be reluctant to move from slum areas to a more decent place to live, as they will get a better life. After our squatters moved to the apartment, we improved the area along riverbank to be green space. Dealing with the environmental issue, we teach residents to manage solid waste by implementing 3R concept: reduce, reuse, recycle, and treat organic waste into compost using a simple method in household level. We promote an urban farming project in which the city government encourage the citizens to plant vegetables and fruits in their area. They can use compost that they are produced independently to support this project. This project will help them to secure food supplies. On the other side, inorganic garbage is collected and sold the waste bank, available in 433 locations. The income they get from selling the garbage is collected weekly and an additional income of the family. When we look at the data, in 2010, people with low purchasing power was 35.35%, but in 2019 it goes down into 5.04%, while those with high purchasing power have been increasing from only 18% in 2010 into 49.87% in 2019. The data has shown us how a well treatment and of an informal settlement can bring positive tangible benefits for the city at large. Especially during this COVID-19 pandemic, resilience in people and cities are central to ensure the continuation of our development. Kampong, or the informal settlement, have also taken part prominently in our effort to fighting against COVID-19. We work together with residents in Kampong to take care of the patients who are doing self-isolation at home by doing monitoring by the surrounding neighbors. The people surround them also help ensure the food supply and medication of the patient closely guided by medical practitioners from health center. We call this initiative as a resilient Kampong, a resilient city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mayor. That insight into the details of how your city has coped with some of these issues and how you've worked with the community are always fascinating to hear. I would next like to call upon the Honourable Yvonne Aki-Soya, the Mayor of Freetown, Sierra Leone, to make some remarks on the need for tailored pro-poor solutions to build resilience in COVID times. Honourable Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And good morning to all. Good morning, Mayor Surabaya. It was a real pleasure listening to you just now. I feel as though so much of what you've said mirrors exactly where we are going. Is there a problem with the connection? Oh, brilliant.
We can hear you very clearly.
Brilliant, brilliant. Tailoring pro-poor solutions for during COVID times, I think has to start in our case with an appreciation of the fact that where we were pre-COVID times already required pro-poor solutions. And recognizing, as has been so adequately demonstrated by the previous speaker, that we have such a large percentage. The World Bank has told us that 1/3 of the world's population lives in slums, and Freetown is no different, with 35% of our population living in informal settlements. Perhaps one of the features which might be different in other contexts is the way in which those informal settlements are scattered around the city. So in contrast to quite a number of cities, we don't have, just one or two major slums, but unfortunately, because of a lack of development control and planning, when the city, post the Civil War, when the city's population increased by 2.5% or 2.5 times, what we've seen is a proliferation of informal settlements with 74 informal settlements within the city. So pretty much everywhere you turn, there is informality. And what the question of tailoring Pro-Poor for resilience in times of COVID, as I said, I wanted to just to make the point that it's about tailoring Pro-Poor at all times. Because whether we're preparing for a pandemic, dealing with a pandemic, dealing with climate change, these are all matters and issues which, if we don't bring those who are affected on board, then we're really not going to be able to have resilience. So for me, resilience starts with tapping into the aspirations of this 1/3 of the population living in situations where there's inadequate housing, inadequate water, drainage, etc. What have we done in Freetown? I've been mayor for 2.5 years, and I came into office with a campaign to transform Freetown, particularly focused on this informality. Transform Freetown has 4 clusters: resilience, human development, healthy city, and urban mobility. And we work with our informal settlements already in delivering targets across those clusters and the related 11 priority sectors. COVID has made us see how important the work we were doing was and how much of it needed to be accelerated. So within resilience, we have as sectors environmental management, urban planning and housing, revenue mobilization. Urban planning and housing, I mentioned already, the informality has been because of a lack of planning. And housing, we've set ourselves a target because all of these sectors have a combination of 19 defined targets that we're seeking to achieve by 2022. With housing, we're looking to provide 5,000 new affordable housing units, but we're also doing slum upgrades. So I'm so inspired by the previous presentation to see what has already been done. We have 5 communities where we're in the process now of doing the community consultations, the needs assessments, working with the same principles which were identified. Where it's coastal, move them off of that. In our case, we also have hillside slums where there's a great deal of hazard because of the threat of landslides. So in environmental management, we're working with our communities to plant 1 million trees. And that's literally ongoing, which means that we're planting trees in backyards, in people's compounds, in schools, in offices. But in the case of informal settlements, I've been amazed at the level of collaboration. In fact, our community-based organizations who are our tree monitors, one of our strongest groups is the Federation of Urban and Rural Poor, otherwise known here as the Slum Dwellers Association. So we're planting trees, we're doing slum upgrades. And during COVID, when water became an issue, you can't automatically create housing in the middle of a crisis, but we were able to accelerate the provision of water. 47% of our residents did not have access to running water, and that was accentuated in our informal settlements. So we've provided over 150 rainwater harvesting tanks and water harvesting systems within the informal settlements, and doing that with the communities because they're managing, identifying the sites, and managing the provision of that water. Markets are another area of vulnerability where many of those informal settlements actually make their living as traders. And here we created a system, again, working with the market traders, working with those informal settlements of monitoring. Monitoring our Mask Up Freetown campaign, where we had locally made masks provided. Again, this is speaking to economic activity being maintained. Always, as the key beneficiaries would be those in informal settlements. We've had over 140,000 masks made, locally made and given out. First priority to our female traders, because from a women's perspective, they are most vulnerable. Given out also to not just to those in the market, but also to the commercial sector transport providers, to those on the kekes, which are what you would probably refer to as tuk-tuks in Southeast Asia, also to the Okada riders. So we've given the masks out, we've made the masks. And in the markets, we've had market traders identify teams of markets monitors, monitoring the use of hand washing stations, because the markets have also been provided with water, monitoring the wearing of masks, and monitoring as best as possible some level of social distancing. But the informality of our communities has made the concept of social distancing, it's really highlighted how that does not fit in where you've got the sorts of slum informal settlements, and again, speaking to the need to accelerate change. Another area has been urban farming, where we have been able to identify 300 households. We're starting with that, moving up to 500, and then hopefully by the end of COVID, or towards the end of COVID, because we don't know when it will be over, scale this further. So the same concept is applied here of looking at the most vulnerable and putting women at the forefront. So it's female-headed households, and the added vulnerability are those who potentially have disabled people as dependents, or the elderly, providing them with the planting boxes, with the tools, with the soil, with the seeds, and most importantly, with the technical capacity. And finally, in respect of resilience, as I said earlier on, we've got to look at resilience from the perspective of the aspirations of those whom we're trying to serve and within whom we're building resilience. So community engagement has been key, and we've worked at two levels: horizontally across the city, at ward level. Our city has 48 wards, and we've set up teams of mobilizers within each of those wards, teams of influencers that reflect the communities. So a tribal head, a woman's leader, a youth leader, and so forth, working with the councillors, going within the community and speaking to community members. But we've also worked vertically, where we've taken influencers from the perspective of religious leaders, Ebola survivors, the Traders Union, the Bike Drivers Union, and of course the Slum Dwellers Association. And they formed their own teams who have been able to communicate again to residents in the city, but from the perspective of their own sphere of influence. So in looking at resilience in COVID times, it's been about dealing with the impact of COVID from the perspective of looking at quarantine homes, providing food to those in quarantine, particularly those in informal settlements, creating a special community care center targeted at those in informal settlements who cannot isolate because their residents simply do not provide this physical space to do so. But going beyond that and saying, as we come out of COVID, as we look at further pandemics, as we look at climate change and the impacts of climate change, what are the sustainable changes, pro-poor solutions that we need to have? And that's where urban farming is being experimented with, but looking to grow. That's where we're pushing forward with our neighborhood upgrades. And I'm really encouraged and incentivized by what I've seen in the slides before, because they are at the after stage. We are the before and during, and I'm looking forward to what our after will be. But at the heart of all we do, we know that those whose lives we're seeking to improve have got to be the ones working with us to tailor those solutions, which is why one of our key partners is and continues to be the Slum Dwellers Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mayor. I'm particularly grateful to hear and enthused to hear the emphasis on how your efforts have been really a whole of community contribution, with all kinds of different roles and all kinds of the integration of different interventions. Really the only kind of way that we can face down challenges of this scale. And also congratulations for your recognition as a COVID-19 response champion. My colleagues are very enthusiastic about that and very grateful for your assistance in generating support in other places around the world. Without further ado, I will now move on to introduce the Honourable Charles Hinga, Principal Secretary of the State Department of Housing and Urban Development of Kenya, to answer the question, what is the impact of housing and the role of governments in ensuring adequate housing for all? The floor is yours, Mr. Honourable Hinga.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me very well. I've had some challenges connecting.
We can hear you okay.
Hello, I'm just having some slight challenge with my connection line. If you could kindly just pick up another speaker as I sort out the line here, because it will drop just now.
Okay, we will move on to the next speaker and come back to you when you're available. Okay, so next I have Mr. Johnny Subrata, the Director of Special Housing of the Ministry of Public Works and Housing of Indonesia, to make a comment on the question, what is the role of national governments in building resilience for vulnerable communities? Mr. Subrata.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the national government have several programs for get the resilience of the city. The most program that it is more comprehensive is, of course, the urban slums upgrading. Yeah, through the slums upgrading, we can also not only we improve the quality of living, but also the resilience of the settlements. So by the slums upgrading, we can also create the economic activities of the inhabitants, because the slum upgrading program in Indonesia is not just a physical, but also to empower people into economic, as well as what the Madam from Surabaya, the mayor of Surabaya, in her presentation, that the program of the slums upgrading, they also include to empower people for economic activities. So that I think the slum upgrading is not only to improve the infrastructure and building, but also create the economic, and also to improve the resilience of the settlements. And then by the slums upgrading program, the informality of these settlements can be changed to be formal. Yeah? Because we have three types of the slums upgrading. Yeah, first one is renovation, which we carry out for the slum, which is, can say, is not too hard. The slums levels can be still recovered by small touch for the infrastructure provisions and renovations of the houses, yeah, through the providing the stimulant for the people to improve the quality of the substandard houses. Means that we also try to increase the response to the resilience to the disaster and so on. Yeah, as you know that Indonesia is center of the many disasters. Yeah, from the earthquake, landslide, and now also we have also impact of the sea level rise in some areas that become vulnerable. Yeah. So then I think from the slum, okay, so the second one is renewal, where we rearrange totally of the area. And the third one is resettlements, or where we relocate the people from those who live in the area that is decided as the disaster-prone area. So that's the program of the government, national government, that we implement in all cities in Indonesia for resilience, to improve the resiliency of the cities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Subrata. It's always useful to have a good quick summary overview, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to discuss that in more detail with you in the future.
Yeah.
I would like to check if the Honourable Charles Hinger is back online again, if his issues are resolved.
I don't know, I hope now it's much better. I think I have a more stable line.
We can hear you very clearly, sir.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, and sincere apologies for that.
Please go ahead. I believe you were going to comment on the impact of housing and the role of governments in ensuring adequate housing for all.
All right, thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone. And I know because this is a global event, it's good morning to others. I'm delighted to join this forum. And straight on with respect to the role of government in ensuring adequate housing for all. First of all, from a Kenyan perspective, we promulgated a new constitution in the year 2010. And in the year 2010, we, the people themselves, bequeathed to themselves absolute rights. And one of those rights is what we call the right to housing and adequate housing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Please continue.
Okay, all right. Okay, fantastic. So, yeah, so there is the rights that Kenyans bequeathed to themselves, which are contained in Article 43 of our Constitution. And this falls under the Bills of Rights. And it is one of those that are non-negotiable rights. Now, beyond that, we also came up with our long-term national goal, which is our Vision 2030. And our Vision 2030 as a country, we aspire to be a mid-economy country. And for us to be able to attain that mid-economy status, one of the things that we have to address, amongst others, is the issue of ensuring that there is more social justice. And for us to do that, we identified housing as a major component of being able to deliver affordable housing as one of the major components for us to be able to attain our mid-economy status. Subsequent to that, you know that every now and then, the citizens, through the biggest public participation, elect their leaders. And our administration, our current administration, led by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, in the year 2017, we went to seek the mandate of the people of Kenya. And one of the promises that we gave the Kenyans is the making the dream of affordable housing to be a reality. Now, that is in terms of introduction. So what have we done to do that? We, in Kenya, we identified that there are several reasons why many years post-independence, majority of our people don't live in proper housing. As a matter of fact, almost 65% of all the Kenyans in the urban areas, especially in our capital city, Nairobi, they live in informal settlements. And we are also one of the countries that is urbanizing very, 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 very fast. And we are unable to deal with the demand for housing. And so there is the issue of the informal settlements mushrooming everywhere has become a big problem for us as a country. So therefore, this idea of having as one of the big four agenda being affordable housing is very timely. So what have we done to date? Before you can be able to put shovels on the ground, you need to identify what are the systemic issues that cause housing to be unaffordable and unavailable. We identified a couple of those issues, but I would like just to discuss 4 quick ones because they're more than that. But we believe that if we don't address these 4, or if one of them is not addressed, the idea of having housing is not going to be met. The first one is the issue of land. Land is a big problem in our country, and I believe in many other parts of the country, of the world. The issues of sanctity of titles and also the cost of land. Let me give you an example. The cost of land in Nairobi, the last time that we did a valuation roll was 1980. An acre of land just here in the CBD at that time was going for about 40,000 shillings, which is about $400, 1980. Today, the same area, 1 acre, the other day sold for 1 billion shillings. That is over $10 million for 1 acre. Now, you know very well that you cannot have affordable housing and expensive land in the same context. You have to solve for the cost of land. So as government, we have identified what are some of the means of unlocking land. One, we have identified that we are one of the biggest landowners as government, and we own land, but we have not necessarily made it available for development. So we have done quite a bit of land banking, but we also identified that there is very good land, especially the one that is near some of these areas. You can imagine that majority of the people want to live along the transport corridors. It is in the private hands. So we came up with incentives to make sure that we unlock as much of this idle land. The second item that we identified within the issue of land is the sanctity of title. Over time, we had issues of titling, and sometimes when you want to bring in the private investors, because our target is to do 500,000 homes. These 500,000 homes will cost in the region of $12 billion. Now, we don't have that kind of money, so our plan is to attract private investors to be able to invest in housing. So to do that, you must be able to make sure that the sanctity of title is something that is followed through. Second issue that we had to deal with is the cost of construction. The cost of construction in Kenya was obscenely high. And one, there were tax codes that were not in alignment with the agenda. The other issue that was significant is our building code dates back in the 1940s. And that means that our building code only recognized the stones as the only permanent building material. And you know, world over, we have moved into different technologies. So for us to be able to achieve our goal, we have come up with alternative building techniques. We are in the process of changing the code. It's now, the bill is already gone to Parliament. So we are at the tail end of the process. And one of the things that we want to do is to leverage large economies of scale and also to come up with designs for housing that will make it very quick to be able to develop these houses. Number 3 was the challenge of processes. From applications, it took so long for any developer to be able to get development rights. So as government, we have identified this as a big problem. And even where we give tax benefits, also it becomes very difficult for the investors to be able to get those tax benefits. So we find that over and over, the housing sector is only dominated by a very few sectors. And the last point is the issue of financing. As I've said, the tab for doing 500,000 is $12 billion. We don't have that money in the budget. So what we have done is to come up with incentives. But financing, you have to look at it from both the developer side and also that is the supply side and the demand side. Kenya, a country of 47 million people, we have only 25,000 mortgages. our ratio of GDP to mortgages is one of the poorest in the world, not just in Africa. So we have a systemic problem. And therefore, to be able to address the systemic issues, we looked at both the demand side and the supply side. So how can we be able to create more mortgages? One of the things that we have done is that we have made a lot of tax breaks for Kenyans. For first-time homeowners, there is no stamp duties. For first-time homeowners, they get what is called an affordable housing relief, which means that for whatever they are saving towards their home, they're getting a tax benefit. And on the developer side, we have taken away VAT, and VAT is a real cost for most developers. And there is quite a number of other things that we have done. So in summary, our role...
Well, could you possibly wind up now? We need to move along on time. Thank you.
Okay, so in summary, as a country, those 4 issues we believe are the key areas that government needs to address to be able to make housing affordable for all our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for that broad summary of the situation and the interventions the government of Kenya is undertaking. I would now like to quickly move to Mr. Lars Grönwald, team leader of urban development cities in the European Commission's DevCo. He is a principal supporter of the participatory slum upgrading program and is so familiar with the work of the European Union in supporting slum upgrading in a wide range of countries. And I invite him to comment on the question of how can finance be leveraged at the scale of the need, something that the Honourable Hinga was highlighting a great deal. Over to you, Mr. Grönwald.
Hello and welcome to everybody. I'm not sure when I'm on here, but can I be heard?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. First of all, thanks to UN Habitat and to City of Surabaya for organizing this. I think it's very timely to have the focus on the World Habitat Day and the informal settlements in this pandemic, and bringing back the centrality of cities, both as where this pandemic has hit, but also where solutions are to be found. I think first the whole subject of the recovery, I think, and how that can be financed and how we can move towards a greener and more inclusive recovery, I think is central also from our perspective. Very well captured in the Build Back Better, what can say, message, and how to do that. I think that there are a few elements from a development partner as us to highlight. First one has been very much mentioned is the pandemic brings home the other aspects of the resilience, and I think to underpin this change and this build up and investment, it's important to look at the changes to resilience and how we actually focus on aspects of resilience linked to building back and addressing informal settlements. The second part of the resilience picture is that the drivers for action, which I also think are very, may also change a bit in the sense that such a pandemic hits the whole country, whole city. So it's something that is a global need for addressing. It has not always been, what should we say, informal settlement been on the top of the agenda, but obviously to address such issues as the pandemic, it will be very important to also address or to have an inclusive development and the whole city have solutions. Lastly, I think for a donor like us, it's also an important message that our partners, what you say, integrate such strategies and saying we have adequate, we have willingness and want to act on this here. Donors have many objectives like we are very much focusing on the green development, on creating jobs, on creating, addressing inequality. Behind all this lies actually addressing the informal settlements and sustainable urban development as a deliver on all these. And now let me turn a little bit to what we're doing with UN Habitat, and have worked for more than a decade on the participatory slum upgrading program, which I think is highly pertinent in this context. We have worked more than 10 years and are now in the third phase and have seen a progressive development on this program, working in what we call the ACP countries, African, Caribbean, and Pacific, and having concrete cooperation with about 45 of these countries, on a long range of different subjects, depending on situation, demand, and what could be taken forward. But what we've seen over the years is very much a change, first starting out with building awareness for the need to work on the slum upgrading, to work on informal settlement, to developing adequate solutions, strategies, and measures, and now focusing on how can this be brought to finance. I think this is where we come into this, creating financing strategies, and hopefully moving to what we can call a fourth stage, where this here brings to scale and can be moved forward and find finance, because obviously such programs can never address the totality of the issues. For the finance and outside such a program, we have put a number of instruments into place, what we call our innovative financing instruments, two of them blending and guarantees to support that such investment can be brought about. There are many constraints for bringing forward investment in slum upgrading, in informal settlements, in sustainable urban development. And the idea to bring blending, where investment grants can be mixed with lending through the international finance institutions, so as the lending becomes more affordable. The other instrument is to have guarantees, which then can be used to attract private sectors. Within the housing, as we already heard from Kenya and heard from others, it's very important to bring also the private investors, and to use guarantees that we are bringing also to this here, to de-risk such investments, could be a way to overcome some of the constraints for bringing this forward.
My apologies, Mr. Grunwald. I need to ask you to bring this to a close. Thank you.
This is excellent. Anyway, if I should draw a few, what can we call it, lessons from our work on the PSUP with UN Habitat, I think, first of all, the centrality of the participatory approach, I think, is crucial and has been very well demonstrated through the program of working with all stakeholders. I think the second is the time element. It has been taking time to actually evolve into strategies and projects and approaches that could be scaled up, that could be brought forward. And lastly, the importance of there to scale, and where we need partnerships with the banks, with cities, with informal settlement, and with development partners. And very much appreciate this conference to advance these messages and bring lessons back. I've already very much enjoyed the various interventions to see what is going on in different contexts. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those words. I think one of the things that we've seen in in all of the comments so far, the importance of the combination of actors, the importance of bringing finance to the table that can really address the problem at scale. I'm next going to turn to Mr. Ian Shapiro, Executive Director of Real, who are particularly skilled at looking at how to broker these deals between private sector actors, between public actors, and to bring in the community as well. So the infamous now 4 Ps of public, private, people partnerships. So Mr. Shapiro, I wonder if you could give us a couple of what you would see as the most important things that are needed for developing effective contributions amongst stakeholders.
Thanks, Robert. It's great to be here. Thanks to our hosts, and it's great to speak after Piers Hinger and Lars and others. Winston Churchill said, never let a good crisis go to waste. And I think that the 3 things I wanted to get across here is how do we get the private sector not to waste this crisis and tap into an affordable housing opportunity of $17 trillion. How do we demonstrate the proof of concept at $10,000 affordable houses for commercial and economic viability? So how do we get that resilience in? And we know COVID-19's reinforced the importance of housing as our personal protective equipment, but how do we also use it as a doorway to 16 of the 17 SDGs? So those are the 3 pieces I really wanted to focus on. Now, the private sector, we know how to spot an opportunity, and we need to work with some of our partners there. We talked about from the international system and host governments, but the only way to go to scale is to involve the private sector. And here at Real, we're an innovator and investor in affordable housing. I'm the chief executive, and we're driven by believing that where you're born shouldn't dictate your life chances. So let's talk about that opportunity. How do we make it green? How do we make it resilient? We've got to work with incentive structures. So we've had it repeated very eloquently since World Habitat Day began and the interventions. We know 1.8 billion people lack adequate housing. We know if we don't change anything, that's going to grow to 3 billion by 2030. So there's a volume opportunity here. What's the second piece we know? Well, we know that almost all of those 1.8 billion people, they pay rent. That is a regular financial transaction. And that financial transaction is over an asset, the home. It can be securitized. So we've got a volume opportunity, we've got a regular financial transaction, and we've got an asset we can securitize. So how do we blend that with global trends? So World Habitat today celebrates its 34th birthday. So, congratulations to World Habitat Day for that. We've just had speakers from Indonesia and Kenya, so I thought I'd use them as my benchmark. The average age in Indonesia is 30, so younger than World Habitat Day, and the average age in Kenya is 20, so considerably younger than World Habitat Day. So we know, looking at these global trends, that urbanization is moving apace, and 90% of that growth is going to happen in Africa and Asia. And the UN rightly calls this the decade of action, and we need 300 million affordable homes by 2030. Now, if you're talking about action, that's a lot of action. That's 50 homes a minute. So we know we've got a volume opportunity, a $17 trillion uncrowded market, but can we deliver that volume opportunity, the $10,000 home? Can it be green? Can it be commercially viable? Absolutely. At Real, we've delivered 60,000 homes, and we're keen to work in Africa and Asia to progress that further. There's a crisis here. We can't fix it by pouring concrete in to fix one problem and create another. We know the climate crisis there, and we've got to think about the embedded carbon solutions. So there's new materials, local materials, clever design. Edge is one option, but we need to go beyond that, and an integrated energy, water, sanitation solution. So a $10,000 home is commercially and environmentally viable. There's a $17 trillion opportunity. So what about this doorway to 16 of the 17 SDGs? Well, that's where Real is so proud to work with UN Habitat and bring our partnership together. So we can bring the best of the international system and the best of the private sector together to break the deals, exactly as Robert was describing. How we crowd in the finance in the way that Lars and Charles Hinger were talking about to kickstart economies, to make sure they're inclusive, job creating. And so here we are, all our material is open source data, transparently available. We want to disrupt this sector, not dominate it. And we believe we can be the front end of the private sector, delivering for people, profit, and planet. This is essential to get a response to COVID-19. I'll remind you, the $17 trillion opportunity, commercially viable at $10,000, environmentally resilient, and a doorway to 16 of the 17 SDGs. We're keen to work with anyone who wants to come with us, bring resources to the table, and keen to deliver the Housing for All message of this World Habitat Day. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ian. I particularly like the way that you place housing, as this session is intended to do, at the nexus of so many issues. I mean, the social impact of housing, the environmental impact, the job creation, the economic impact, and all of those things at the end of the day that then trickle down to things such as mental well-being. You have a job in a healthy environment, you're going to be a healthier person. And that creates knock-on opportunities. I would next like to turn to Dr. Liaquat Ali, Director of the Climate Change Program of BRAC and of BRAC International and Urban Development Program. In particular, to ask Dr. Ali, from your point of view, what are the three main lessons that you think we should be learning from COVID in terms of long-term resilience?
Thank you very much. Good evening from Bangladesh. So The strategic priorities for urban development program in BRAC is the ensuring basic services, livelihood, skill and enterprise development, safe and affordable housing, and overall slum upgradation. Construction of resilience housing if land tenure is secured, including urban governance and policy advocacy. So during COVID, what we have learned, due to COVID at the beginning, at the early stage, people are losing jobs and their livelihood, and cross migrations happening because these people have come from rural area to Dhaka to live in a congested, miserable life. But now with the job loss, they are going back to their vulnerable places. Creating new urban poor and needs lots of economic recovery activities and reluctant to do COVID testing. And female, especially those who are living in the slum, they have to live with or share with a room of 10 feet to 12 feet. They lose their privacy because their men and their children are at home. So they are facing troubles. The BRAC approach, since inception, is to work with the community and the city authorities. So during COVID, we found at the initial stage, a lot of players who are involved with the slum dwellers or the community, they have their limited presence. So the BRAC, the main responsible response during COVID, and the communities, our CDO leaders, our civil community organizers, they are present there. So communities have advantage of community leader because they have the trust on them and they know the power dynamics within the slums. So BRAC include responses like health awareness, food and cash transfer, and cash transferred not by hand, it's by bKash, electronic transfer, and the distribution of hand washing device, hand sanitizer, agricultural inputs. And the BRAC established several testing booths, KWAS, in the slum area for COVID testing. Some innovative interventions we have identified in the slums, the partnership with NGO and public sector as well as the community. So through this, we have developed some community intervention like the pipe water networking system, PPP approach, and we bring a small private sector to construct public toilets in different slum locations. And we do some sort of master plan development with city authorities and involving NGO. And we do some settlement-based integration approach, community-led settlement planning, and also low-cost resilient housing. And the gender equal economic opportunity, and we put the women at the front during planning and its implementation. And when we fix the livelihood and the financial abilities, we put the women at the front. The low-cost housing we are practicing in slum area of urbans. It is 100% community-driven and target-oriented, and the poor people are the target. And we have community development organizations, and they have created a platform called the federations, and they have provided with money. They can loan them, and they can collect them, and they can using as a revolving fund. That partnership with government and also private sector as well as with UN Habitat. In the urban slum, the waste management, because a lot of huge garbage is collected there, so managing this waste into a dumping site or into a treatment site is a big issue in terms of green development. So we are doing a lot of work with the city development authorities in terms of that. In Bangladesh, there are a lot of what you call the apartments for the slum dwellers. It's very pilot stage at this moment. Government are doing it, but private sector involvement is very limited now. We are engaging with the private sector so that the parallel to the government, the private sector can march in to construct green considerations into their constructions. And when we are designing our resilience housing, we kept into consideration the environment-friendly design, especially when we are designing the street line, we put solar light, and also we do a lot of plantation. In that way, we try to maintain the green economic environment in the slum areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali, both for your comments and for helping me with time there. Very very on point. As we look to moving towards the conclusions of this session, I would like to now invite Mr. William Gianna, Chief Director in the Department of Human Settlements in the Republic of South Africa, to reflect upon some of the commitments and policy recommendations that need to be made if we're going to move forward with this agenda of resilience, inclusion, and slum upgrading. Mr. Gianna.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the opportunity for the intervention. I hope I can be heard. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly, sir.
Thank you so much. Chairperson, may I first of all greet all the excellencies and honorable ministers present, honorable mayors, representatives of government, distinguished attendees, distinguished panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and pleasure to be part of this roundtable on a theme of crucial importance to South Africa and many other parts of the world on occasion of the global observance of the 2020 World Habitat Day. This discussion comes at an extraordinary difficult time as the world is undergoing a trauma of a pandemic that has engulfed us and disproportionately affects people, poor people, and disadvantaged communities. It is indeed paramount on this day and in the context of the global situation that we are currently facing, that we acknowledge the wake-up call to take accelerated action to implementing commitments that we have set for ourselves through the Sustainable Development Goals and the New Urban Agenda. I am proud to confirm that the government of South Africa is committed to translating these global priorities into regional strategies, action frameworks, and to foster interactive learning and innovative regional financing for South Africa. In South Africa, more than 2 million families live in informal settlements, half of which are in the metropolitan areas. We've got 8 metropolitan areas in South Africa. It is now a national priority to respond systematically to the increasing rate of urbanization. Thus, the upgrading of 2,200 informal settlements is a central objective of our urban management strategy. Our government has also decided to introduce new separate metropolitan and provincial grants to the value of 6 billion rands, in this case for informal settlements upgrading and electrification. This includes funding for community-based settlement surveys, preparation of development plans and project proposals, as well as capital grant funding for projects. The envisaged upgrading projects relate to planning, sanitation and water and services, waste management, reblocking, and tenure consolidation. Similar to what Kenya is saying, tenure is very crucial. Municipalities and provinces can access the grant on the basis of clear and specific citywide informal settlement upgrading plans, explicit social compact with inhabitants of informal settlements and project proposals, with support of the National Upgrading Support Program. 900 such plans have been developed to date. South Africa is in agreement that the urgency of addressing the challenges of poverty in informal settlements and the slums has been exacerbated by the global breakdown of the COVID-19. To ensure that people living in informal settlements in South Africa are protected during the post-COVID-19, the Department of Human Settlements has entered into a partnership agreement with civil society and non-governmental organizations. This partnership entails community engagement, communications, participation, planning. That's the first part. The second part looks at priority and short-term emergency action supporting provision of water, sanitation, and solid waste management. Thirdly, we also look at a medium-term strategic actions which are accelerating incremental in situ upgrading project pipelines in line with the upgrading of informal settlements plans that have been drawn already. And lastly, we also are working very closely in learning, research, documentation, data information dissemination, and upgrading of lives in informal settlements. I can safely confirm our commitment to seriously implementing the commitments we have made during Habitat 3 and to contribute significantly to improving the living conditions for all. We are also committed to working with other governments to ensure that we find solutions to current pandemic and start being proactive in work working towards prevention of future pandemic to avoid unnecessary loss of life and trauma, especially when we are living in times of modern technology and research. It is in this regard that the Department of Human Settlements, on behalf of South Africa, has given a nod to a partnership with UN Habitat for mainstreaming informal settlements upgrading in Southern Africa. This is one of the major planned deliverables for South Africa. The Department of Human Settlements has been engaging for some time with UN Habitat on a partnership for mainstreaming informal settlements upgrading Southern Africa. It also envisaged the Slums and Informal Settlements Network, SISNET, and UN Habitat's Participatory Slum Upgrading Program, PSUP, will play a crucial role in this partnership. We expect to implement a support program which commits to the implementation of the global priorities through regional and local strategies. This will include to expand and innovate partnership models, learning capacity, building and innovations, to strengthen policymaking, legislation and delivery mechanisms for integrating innovative approaches to meet the needs of people living in informal settlements and ensure a life of dignity, to identify opportunities for financing and scaling up the transformation of informal settlements in the sub-region through a decade of action plan for implementing the sustainable development goals in informal settlements and slums. The sub-regional engagement will lead to localization of global commitments, visioning and engagement with following elements. That will be regional targeting, setting aside against the SDGs, the new urban agenda and lessons learned from COVID-19. Regional setting of principles and commitments, identification of regional knowledge hubs and case studies, regional transformation scenarios with monitoring, evaluation, learning and innovations, regional approach and financing scenarios, regional framework for accelerating the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in an overarching declaration, strategy and action framework, and for adoption by member states and inclusion into SADC development frameworks. And lastly, regional strategy for pandemic preparedness and response in informal settlements. We are proposing this partnership in the understanding that if we work together, we will find sustainable solutions for betterment of the living conditions of our populations. Upgrading informal settlements and slums will be a major contribution to achieving the global development agenda. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giana. South Africa certainly is not alone in the challenges that it faces, social, economic, environmental, in trying to provide for better lives for its citizens. And we're particularly grateful for this kind of South-South cooperation that you have just announced with your support to SISNET in Southern Africa as a way of reaching out to your neighbors and helping us all try and move forward against these challenges together. I would just now like to check if we have online the Honorable Patricio Moreira from Costa Rica. We were having some troubles with the connection, but I would just like to see if anybody is there from Costa Rica. No? Okay. Well, moving on, I apologize for the fact that we have had such a compressed time frame for a lot of the interventions, but I think we've had an extremely rich discussion on what is a very challenging and diverse area. Each of these areas of climate resilience, of slum upgrading, of economic solutions for urban development and for housing, all of these we could spend days going through the different ins and outs. And yet I think we've managed to come at this from a number of different directions, and whether it be financial, social, environmental, even construction issues, the whole lot. This is something that we come across frequently within our programs. COVID clearly has changed the situation by creating a new dynamic and a new set of priorities around housing. But it also is one that constantly reminds us that we mustn't forget the underlying challenges that we face from climate change and how we're going to be able to move forward and make sure that those who are at the greatest vulnerability and face the greatest challenges are able to move forward with their lives and attain an adequate standard of livelihood. and an adequate standard of housing. We are also very grateful of the partnerships that were reflected in this discussion. The partnership between the Kenya government and UN Habitat on slum upgrading and housing is a long one. There are many discussions going on at the moment of what the future of that relationship will be, and we look forward to walking further down that road. The comments from Real highlighted the increasing prominence of the private sector, which in some ways has always been a key central issue in the delivery of housing in any region in the world, but has often not been discussed as front and center as it is being now. And we're very grateful to be able to have that point of view represented here. And we look forward to taking that forward with groups like Real, with Planet Smart City, the Forum for Private Sector Engagement that we're developing. And also, as we can see from many of the government representatives, their own individual engagements and partnerships with private sector actors in their countries. We also look forward to now that in Southern Africa we have a lead in the establishment of the Slums and Informal Settlements Network. We look forward to being able to build on that and bring all of the people who are following this meeting in, and as many others as we can, so that we really can move together, both to find solutions, but also to leverage political engagement around these things. Looking forward as well, the specific question of the links to COVID. COVID has set us back in many of our areas of progress, particularly in addressing poverty. We know that poverty rates are currently increasing, and that many people in society are facing a greater level of precariousness in their lives than they have done for many years now. We really want to work forward on that, and we are going to be looking at what some of the options are for a post-COVID world in the upcoming State of the World Cities report, looking at how do we cope with the world of pandemics and the world of cities after pandemics. Finally, I would just like to note that as a follow-up from the session, we will go through the recording, look at what the different policy recommendations that we can distill from the discussion are, and provide that in a summary form in a briefing note that we will share. We will obviously take a little while to go through that to make sure that we capture speakers' comments and interventions appropriately, and also to make sure that anything that they feel that we've skipped because of the time frame involved, that we make sure that we address properly. So that will be shared with everybody, and we will publish that on our website, and we encourage you all to keep an eye out for when that is available. I am just trying to see, we have just a couple of minutes left. I had hoped to be able to free up a bit more time for discussion, but we do have a couple of moments here. Are there any particularly pressing issues that anybody would like to put on the table? I would suggest if you can, if those can be raised in either the chat or the Q&A menus. Just in closing, anything that anybody would like to flag? Okay, I'm not seeing anything coming through there, in which case we are a little bit behind time, but actually we're almost on time compared to where we actually started earlier. So I am very grateful to all of the speakers. Once again, my gratitude to Surabaya as the global host for World Habitat Day, and for everybody else who is coming around and supporting both this day and the underlying issues that we seek to address on World Habitat Day, to provide a better urban future for all, to provide adequate housing for all, and to ensure that we leave no one behind as we address the challenges of climate change and, of course, of COVID-19. So thank you all very much, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the day's events. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, moderators and all the speakers, for the roundtable, to ladies and gentlemen, all participants. So just to inform you, we are going to have a recessment, minutes for a break for around 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, all delegations and participants for the UN Habitat, You may rest your eyes for about 5 minutes away from the screens, as it's good for your eyes and your health. So, but please stay on the line, ladies and gentlemen, all delegations and participants for the World Habitat Day. We'll be right back around 5 minutes for the reassessment. So please enjoy your breaks for around 5 minutes, and I'll be right back on your screen for the third roundtables, for the roundtables 3 on a theme called Housing at the Center of the COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your break and please stay on the line. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all delegations and all participants from all around the world, once again, welcome back. So we just having around 5 minutes or less for the break, for the reassessment. And now, welcome back, ministers, mayors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all delegations and all participants. Welcome back. This is the day 2, once again, for the World Habitat Day on the theme Housing for All, a Better Urban Future. And once again, now we are back on the round tables 3, or the third round tables, on a theme called Housing at the Center of the COVID-19 Response. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the roundtables for today, I present to you, this is a video from the Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Indonesia. Please enjoy.
Our city, one filled with glitz and glamour that never sleeps. A bustling and hectic city with various activities and hardworking people. A place to live and embrace life. Now, our city has lost its spark. The COVID-19 pandemic has spread throughout the world, including Indonesia. With it, the economy is on the verge of collapse, lifestyle has changed, and the development of a country has been brought to a stop. But we will not give up. We will survive and rise up to the challenge. We will ensure that health protocols are to be enforced in the middle of our duty in building infrastructures. Indonesia is pushing the cash for work projects to help recover its economy. The Ministry of Public Works and Housing have also implemented the cash for work scheme in the infrastructure development area. By substituting machine work to human work, so the people of Indonesia are able to go through during this hard time. We are able to get paid for our daily needs and also bring a positive impact to our community by being involved in building basic communal facilities in our city that are essential for our daily activities. People's lifestyle has changed, but we must keep trying and working by living a healthy one. We must be well equipped with adequate infrastructure and facilities to fight and adapt to this COVID-19 pandemic. No need to go far. A clean water supply is enough for our health. A proper domestic wastewater and solid waste facility is key to cleaner environment. A pleasant green and public open space to exercise and relax will also boost our immunity, mind, and ultimately our well-being. We need those basic access in our homes and neighborhoods. Whether it's in cities, villages, mountain areas, coastal areas. Because our habitat must be preserved for a future that is comfortable, sustainable, and resilient. A better future for an urban life starts from us and our homes.
Kami mau kota yang lebih baik.
Happy World Habitat Day 2020. Housing for all, a better urban future.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a video related to our theme on the round table tree. And now allow me to introduce, to start the round table tree and the discussion. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Sipra Narangsuri, the Chief of the Urban Practices Branch for the UN Habitat. Ms. Sipra Narangsuri, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me all right? Okay, very good. Thank you. Good day to you all. Excellencies, partners, dear friends, welcome to this roundtable on housing at the center of the COVID-19 response. It's a real privilege for me to be moderating the session today, which brings together a variety of stakeholders engaged in the housing sector and, more importantly, in the broader field of urban development. When we started this year, this decade of action on the SDGs, this 2020, we committed to reducing inequalities, fighting poverty, and progressively delivering universal human rights everywhere. Little did we know that we would soon be battling a global challenge that threatens to reverse the progress made over the past 5 years, or indeed over the past several decades. COVID-19 has exposed and exacerbated deep-rooted spatial and social inequalities in our cities and communities, and has disproportionately impacted groups that are already vulnerable. The urban poor, those living and working in informality, the migrant workers, women, children, older persons, persons with disabilities, refugees, displaced persons, you name it. Those who were already vulnerable are even more vulnerable today. At the World Urban Forum in Abu Dhabi, where many of us gathered in person, I think it was the last major in-person gathering, the special session on housing concluded that all actors have a role to play in ensuring housing for all, and that there is a need for improved coordination among stakeholders to address some of the challenges that face the housing sector. COVID-19 has been perversely the biggest advertisement for adequate housing and collaborative action for housing for all. At a time when universal access to adequate housing is a frontline defense against the coronavirus, nearly 1.8 billion people live in overcrowded or inadequate housing, slums and slum-like conditions, or in a state of homelessness with acute risks of exposure. The pandemic has shown us how deeply housing relates to people and communities' health, dignity, well-being, inclusion, and safety. The global urban housing crisis has worsened the pandemic and has been worsened by the pandemic. Why the right to adequate housing must be pursued with vigor and commitment has never been clearer. At the same time, as part of the COVID-19 emergency response, we have seen local and national governments working hand in hand with the private sector, with research institutions, financial institutions, civil society, community-based organizations to provide housing for the most vulnerable. From rental payment support to reductions in public housing rent, to moratoriums on evictions and provision of temporary shelter, particularly for those who are homeless or in precarious conditions, a range of innovative housing solutions have been tried and tested and implemented across the globe over the past 6 months. The recovery phase after the pandemic must capitalize on what has been set in place during this emergency response. We need a strong political commitment to put housing at the center of recovery and embed it in sustainable urbanization policies. We cannot allow the achievements of many local and national governments to be reversed. We cannot go back to business as usual. We need cooperation, collaboration, and coordination. We need unusual partnerships and out-of-the-box thinking. I hope that today's discussion will propel us forward in this collective endeavor to realize the right to adequate housing for all and leaving no one behind. So with those few words, let me explain the format of today's discussion. We have 8 panelists, and we will have 2 rounds of interventions. First, I will invite the panelists to give us their perspectives on the challenges and opportunities for the housing sector arising from the COVID-19 pandemic. No more than 3 to 4 minutes each. I hope also to be able to pick up some questions in this process from the participants. Please type these in the chat, and we will pick them up and address as many as we can as part of the discussion. In the second round, we will invite the panelists to share their declared actions, their commitments in pursuit of housing for all. At this point, you will get a maximum of 2 minutes each for your statements, and I hope we will still have a few minutes at the end for a brief discussion. Then I will wrap up and we will conclude with a short surprise at the end. So without further ado, may I invite Madam Marta Delgado, Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights, Government of Mexico, President of the UN Habitat Assembly, a dear friend of UN Habitat, to give us her thoughts. I know that you will have to leave, Madam Delgado, so perhaps you could combine your intervention on challenges opportunities, and declared actions. The floor is yours.
Shipra, thank you very much. It is a privilege also to see you, even though we are see each other by the screens. Mr. Yves-Laurent Sapoval, Advisor of Housing, Urban Development and Landscape of the Government of France. Ana Claudia Marinheiro Centeno, Regional Manager for Latin America and the Caribbean of Cities Alliance. Mr. Gregors Jashta, Housing Specialist of the European Investment Bank. Marisa Ploin, Directorate of Employment, Labor and Social Affairs of the OCDE. Daniel Gonsbacher, President of the International Real Estate Federation. Annika Wahlberg, Secretary General of the Union of Tenants. And Professor Ariel Sabarudi, Director of Housing Finance, Ministry of Public Works of Indonesia. Good afternoon, everybody in Indonesia, and good morning here in Mexico. Thank you for having me at this important panel focused on housing as an essential factor to face COVID-19 and recovery. I am extremely happy to see that this year's Urban Oktober is centered on how to shape integrated solutions on housing for the recovery in urban areas and informal settlements. To be honest, it couldn't be another way. As a result of the pandemic, we have confirmed the critical role that housing is playing, not only as shelter, but also to guarantee the right to social, economic, and cultural rights. As we know, crisis also represents opportunities. In this sense, I firmly believe that one of the most outstanding opportunities during the COVID-19 crisis for both national and subnational governments is to develop strong policies that not only ensure adequate housing, but help strengthen urban sustainability and also to strengthen the resilience of the communities in order to create a new normality, if that could be said. That just be the just and sustainable cities must be inclusive and provide equal opportunities for everyone. Regardless if people stay at home or have to travel or work, governments should develop policies to enable them living spaces to promote well-being. On the topic of sustainable and adequate housing, I would like to share an example of my country, Mexico, which received this year UN Habitat Scroll of Honor Award, Eco Casa. This initiative of the government of Mexico facilitates the technical assistance and financial incentive for home developers to build houses that have higher levels of energy efficiency and have 20% lower greenhouse gas emissions. Furthermore, the homes built are mostly for low-income families, and therefore the benefits are experienced by the most vulnerable populations, who are suffering the most during the pandemic. This program significantly contributes to transformation of Mexico's housing sector, while also reaching our country's NDCs. It is important to mention that this program is carried with the support of the American Development Bank and the KfW Development Bank. These types of multi-actor alliances are generating new ideas that allows us to create solutions and are also sustainable for the most vulnerable people and the environment. Similarly, in those cases where people require to leave their homes to work, we established a partnership with Fundación Hogares, a Mexican NGO that operates at the national level, in order to find ways to incorporate indicators on social cohesion to UN Habitat City Prosperity Index. As you may know, Mexico has been championing and expanding the use of this index across the municipalities of the country. However, in order to strengthen the potential, especially in a post-COVID scenario, we want to increase its use to prevent further crisis. Finally, I am convinced that every step to advance the housing sector must be taken with the main premise that it is a human right. On this note, given that they won't be able to stay for the second part of the panel, and I'll apologize for that, I would like to share beforehand our declared action. As current president of UN Habitat's Assembly, we are committed to create by end of this year the Urban Excellence and Innovation Unit, a place that will foster the innovative solutions for current and future cities' challenges, inducing, of course, sustainable housing. I look forward to continuing this conversation and to present the first outcomes of Excellence and Innovation Unit during the next year. And I wish you all a great day and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Delgado. Thank you for your commitment, a very clear declared action. You have set the bar high. Now everybody has to follow with that kind of a concrete commitment on the path to securing housing for all. Housing is a human right. Let us not forget that. Thank you so much again. Thank you for joining us. Let's move on. I would now like to invite Professor Arif Sabaruddin, Director of Housing Finance, Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Indonesia. All the detailed bios are in the chat for the participants to see. Professor Sabaruddin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Sifra. May I show our presentation? It's possible? I will. Okay.
You will have only 4 minutes, though.
Okay, I will. Okay, no problem. Okay. Okay. Okay, I would like to show you. I would like to show you our experience about how to managing our subsidy house to the low income people. This is the illustration, yeah. But our program in the COVID condition, yeah. Our service is not affected by COVID-19, yeah. Because we use the IT technology in the services, yeah. I come from the Public Services Agency, the Center of the Management Fund for Housing and Finance, Ministry of Public Works. Yeah. This is the some feature of the subsidy housing loan in Indonesia. Yeah, we have the only 5% fixed for interest, and then we have the program, the tenor of 20-year, long tenor. And then a very low installment and free of premium assurance, free of the tax, and only 1% down payment. Yeah, and then government adds down payment also with the 4 million rupiah. This is the main actor in our services. Yeah, there are 4 actors: the government and the MBR. MBR is low income people. Yeah, and then we have the partner. Government have the partner with the developer and the bank. Government placement of fund to the bank, and bank distributed to executing to the fund to the debitor. And then the developer with some house. This is the okay. This is the main procedure. Yeah, as you know, this the procedure is the long step procedure in our business. But this is the conventional procedure. I have changed the procedure with the application. We call the name Sikasep. Sikasep, everybody can install the Sikasep from Google Play. Yeah, in December 19, 2019, we have launched the application the Sikasep. Yeah, according the application Sikasep, yeah, I will show you that our service is not affected by the COVID-19. CCASEP is the application for the everybody, the actor, all the actor, virtual meeting or the actor. Yeah. The first low-income people must be registered on this CCASEP. Only 2 questions, for registered. The question must be list. The first is ID card and among the income. Yeah. With the 2 questions in the process register, we got the many data about the debitor and the housing. This is the procedure. Yeah, we have the procedure. After register, and then the low-income people must be logged in and then choose the home. Yeah. The home location and the housing location, and then choose executing bank, and then the step 3 waiting for the bank response after the verification process, and 4th step is create agreement between bank and debitor, and that inhabit to the subsidy house. Okay, this is the bigger picture of our development. Yeah. The development of IT, my IT in our office. We call it the CCASEP. CCASEP, they are the first input for the debitor, and then this is for the developer. Yeah, all the information. Yeah. Include in the CCASEP, and then this is the picture of our application. In the CCASEP, there are the sub.
I request you to wrap up, please.
Okay, sorry. This is the main of the concept of our application. We use the automation system and artificial intelligence in the procedure, and then after, we compare before and after. We using the application. We can show you. This is the difference between in January after March. Yeah, we distributed the housing subsidy. Yeah, there are the less than 2,000 debitor, and after we using the application in CCASEP, the realization we can increasing the realization. Okay, that's information first, Sifra. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arif. We can see how the efficiency of disbursement of the housing subsidies has increased, and I'm pretty sure your beneficiaries are quite grateful for translating that complex flow chart into an app. So thank you for sharing and showing us your innovations. Okay. Let me move on. I would now like to invite Mr. Yves-Laurent Sapoval, who's the Senior Advisor for the Directorate of Housing, Urban Development and Landscapes from the Government of France, also a friend of UN Habitat. Mr. Sapoval, what do you see as the main challenges and opportunities that have arisen for the housing sector from this COVID-19 crisis?
Can you hear me well?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. So thank you first for inviting me to this very important meeting. So I really would like to thank you and to thank all the UN Habitat team. Regarding the COVID pandemic, we think that it revealed terrible housing inequalities. Contrasted conditions of dwelling proved dramatically discriminating. Surfaces, occupation, comfort, adaptability to several uses such as physical exercising, for example, or teleworking, relation with nature. In other terms, the quality of housing had tremendous repercussions on family conflicts, working capacities, home learning for children, and even physical conditions of the dwellers. Luckily, in some way, in Europe, the confinement mostly happened in tempered weather, but we can imagine what it would have been with most difficult extreme hot and cold climates, when energy poverty could have affected confined households. So this must lead to reflections on sustainable qualitative housing and more broadly to rethink the relation between housing, work, public transportation and urban amenities. It is an opportunity for the cities to interrogate their developments and to find solutions for the future. It will require knowledge and capacities, both in terms of financing, planning, building and management. It opens several challenges because not all the countries are in the same situation. Now, for the most developed countries, that crisis must, in priority, lead to a massive, deep renovation wave. This will have massive social co-benefits in terms of comfort in living and working place, health for families. It will have economical co-benefits because renovation sector is a heavyweight, mostly composed with SMEs. The sector is a massive provider of local jobs, but also of integration jobs. It will have environmental co-benefits, as you know, 39% of energy and process-related carbon dioxide with 11% of manufacturing materials, and for 36% of the final energy use. Green renovation measures are widely recognized to be amongst of the most cost-effective options to achieve emission reduction. France is taking action. We have a recovery plan of 6.7 billion euros in line with the next generation EU regeneration plan, just for buildings renovation. For emerging and developing countries, we urgently have to tackle the need of decent housing and offer rapidly alternatives to slums and anarchic urban development. This will come from both technical and financial solutions. We have to find a way out of the actual deadlock of having social housing poorly built and or poorly located. To that effect, we would advocate for 3 underestimated solutions, we think, and this would be our declared action to be ready to work on that. First is the development of a rental social housing sector, able to drive long-term and secured investment. This is a real solution, so we are ready to work with any country on that, and specifically with UN Habitat, but you know that. Second solution is the development of self-construction for simple, standardized and structural elements and traditional solutions. We need to work on that and to advance. Third thing is the development of innovative financial and legal dissociation between land and construction property. This is also a way to tackle those challenges. We are ready to act on those questions, and Mrs. Minister, I don't know if you're still here, but we are ready to work with Mexico, of course. We have a meeting with FEDATU and with Mexico City and Metropolis if there is a will to do so. To conclude, if I have to pick up a positive aspect of the crisis, I would say that at the global and local level, it reinforces solidarity and the solidarity feeling because no one is going to succeed standing alone. The virus is affecting rich and poor people, north and southern country. It is everybody's best interest to stop its progression, notably by providing proper, sustainable and affordable habitat to all human beings. This is the very heart of the mission of UN Habitat. Housing must stay at the heart of UN Habitat's mission. We will participate and we will contribute to this as participating also to the Compact for Housing Solutions that we might have a word about afterwards. Thank you. I hope I haven't been too long.
You've been perfect. Thank you so much. Very much on the mark. Very clear solutions, clear propositions of the way forward. Indeed, as I said, if we ever needed a reminder that housing must stay at the center of the mission of UN Habitat, and that housing must stay as a political priority at the center of any national policy, this is a stark reminder for that. Thank you also for flagging the importance of solutions that are often pushed to the back burner, like rental social housing. traditional architecture and traditional design, traditional building practices, and for reminding us that there is a social dimension, there is a social benefit, there is an economic benefit, and an ecological side to housing that we must capitalize on. So thank you again very much for those remarks. Let me move now to Ms. Marisa Plouin, OECD Directorate for Employment, Labor and Social Affairs. We work with the OECD quite closely on several themes, and housing is one of them. Marisa, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be here on this really excellent panel already. Some very important things I think have already been said, and I just want to highlight maybe 3 things now and then come back to a couple ideas in the second round. But the first is just to say at the OECD what our job is, what my job is to first monitor the housing outcomes across countries. We in our database we have about 40 different countries, so we're looking at measures of housing quality, housing affordability, as well as public policies. What are countries doing to try to make housing more affordable and of better quality? And since the onset of the COVID crisis, we've also been tracking what have governments been putting into place in terms of emergency housing support. And we've been working with individual governments to see what types of support measures were put into place, are they still happening, etc. So I'm going to share a few insights from that work that we've done, and I think that will help me point out what I see as some of the challenges and the opportunities here. The first has been mentioned, and this I think it's important to say again, based on all the work that we've done in different countries, is that as we know, COVID didn't create a housing problem. It really turned a lot of chronic housing challenges into a housing crisis, and it became very visible, and it became much harder to ignore, I think, than it usually is for many people and for governments as well. What I can tell you from in terms of housing outcomes, what we were seeing before COVID is that housing costs have been increasing more than incomes in most OECD countries over the past 2 decades. It's the biggest spending item in household budgets, and it's increased more than any other spending item since 2000. Where we see real challenges, especially, is among low-income people and among especially renters. And I think this is something we saw a lot with COVID, and we saw that in a lot of the measures that were introduced as an emergency. So that's sort of just the basic picture we saw coming into COVID in OECD countries. And then, as I said, when COVID hit, and certainly in Europe, a lot of governments acted very quickly. And what we saw when we tracked the different measures, the most common was mortgage holidays that were offered, so mortgage forbearance. Eviction bans were quite popular. I think we had in 16 OECD countries, we had eviction bans. It's been mentioned, reducing rents, holding off on rents. So these have all been different types of measures that were introduced, either in support of homeowners, in support of tenants, in support of all households, so regardless of their tenure. And especially, this is, I think, one I'll come back to in the second round, is for the homeless. And I think that's a really interesting discussion that maybe we could have a little bit more of in the second round. What I want to just kind of close with in terms of challenges and opportunities, I think one thing we saw from an OECD perspective quite clearly is an opportunity is that, well, what can happen when there is a very strong political will for these chronic issues that people had been talking about for a very long time, and what can happen when all of a sudden we have to act. And I think we saw a lot of really important and really effective. I mean, nothing was perfect, I think we could say, but we saw a lot of good progress in a very short amount of time that normally we would say, oh, it's not possible. So I think that's a very positive thing. I think a big challenge is sort of what's next, and I mean that in terms of in the next few months, in the next few years, and beyond that. A lot of the emergency support measures have either already run their course, or governments are trying to figure out what do we do now? How do we phase it out? And in fact, we're learning in a lot of countries. I mean, here, I'm based in France. It's quite early, in fact, to be phasing out some of these support measures that households really need. But how can that be done in a way that we have to be conscious of the fact that it costs a lot of money to be doing some of these things. So the big question is how do we move forward? And I think the point I just want to end with is one thing that I think we're very much arguing for in at least where I work at the OECD is that we need more public investment in housing. We need more public investment in social housing, that was mentioned, in affordable housing. When we track what countries have been spending on average across the OECD for the past 2 decades, it has progressively declined. And so that's something we're seeing, we're living the consequences now. And we think this is a real opportunity as we try to chart a path out of COVID, that this should be a priority for governments.
Thank you very much, Marisa. I was tempted to pause for questions, but you have really segued us into the next speaker's presentation. We need more public investment in social housing, in affordable housing. These are emergency measures are expensive propositions. We need to look at long-term public policy solutions. We need to look at long-term fiscal solutions. And who better to talk to us than Mr. Gregor Jashta from the European Investment Bank. Let me hand over to you directly from that question. The challenges, the opportunities, the points already raised by some of the other speakers. Where is the money? Where is it going to come from? And where should it be going to? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is exactly the topic I would like to talk about. But I would like to make a very short introduction to this topic from the perspective of the European Investment Bank. And the experience that we have seen that resulted from the COVID pandemic on the cities who are our clients. Well, first of all, I think that the most important lesson that we have learned during the pandemic was that the importance of public spending, public services, such as health, public security, all the support measures for impacted sectors of economy have proven to be very important. And I think that we have been forgetting about this public side of our social life for last, say, 20 or maybe even 30 years. We got so excited about public-private partnerships, about having market solutions for every human need. We started believing that with good regulation and good public support, market can deliver everything, which then meant for governments that it's easy, you know, we don't really need to hire all those doctors, we don't need to hire all those policemen, and we can have good and efficient society. I think that COVID has proven us wrong on a global scale. It's shown us that it cannot really work this way. The other impact that I have seen from the urban life is the increased importance of the local neighborhood. I think that the neighborhood became the topic of the last couple of months with all those lockdowns and limitation on transportation and measures to avoid people meeting from different regions. Very many of us have been not just limited in terms of our movement to our own house, but to the neighborhood. So an area which is basically in like 1 kilometer radius from around the house. With health risks of traveling in public transport, people had to focus on being able to have their life organized in this very close public space around the house. So it became very important that our neighborhood is equipped with all the facilities that we need. like cultural facilities, like shopping opportunities, like schools and hospitals, and very importantly, recreational facilities. It has to be all present around us so that in the pandemic, we can live a life that resembles something that we've been used to. So to me, these were the two lessons that are important from the point of view of housing. So I remember that the one sentence that was presented here at the very beginning of our panel in the introduction section, that the housing is a basic human right. Now my question is it really? I mean, do our policies still consider housing as a basic human right? Because sometimes I have a feeling that it actually has changed. Sometimes we think about the housing as a place where we invest our pension savings. Our government pension schemes are insufficient, and we are looking for opportunities how to complement our pensions in the future. What better investment than an apartment that I can rent, and then its value will always increase? Because as we know, the value of real estate tends to increase. Well, sometimes housing has actually even become a place of speculation. So there has been all those stories how quickly people can make money by investing in housing. So is it really that housing is a basic human right still? Maybe not. And maybe we should rediscover its role. Therefore, I would like to question something that has been so popular in recent years, which are the demand-side housing support measures. I mean, when we look at our housing markets, we always say housing is more expensive, and the pace of growth of the price of housing is higher than people's income. Now, why is that? Is the technology more expensive? Are the profits in the sector bigger than they have ever been? Or is it the speculative nature of land investments that are behind this price increase? I sometimes think that what we really do when we support demand measures, that we tax the society and transfer all this money to the landowners, whose price of land that benefits them is ever increasing. Somehow this is not really being questioned. Why is it happening that, the more we pump money in all those mortgage subsidies, in all those tax reliefs, at the same time, all those efforts are in vain because house price actually goes up? Maybe that's the reason, actually. If we look at the basic economic equation of demand and supply, we will get the answer. So our proposal of the EIB is to beef up public housing, focus on increased supply in order to develop housing which is not only affordable, but also is sustainable and meets all the requirements of strong neighborhood. That is the offer that the EIB brings: financing of public housing offered at the affordable price and developed with a sustainability in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's very clear, and that's a common thread that seems to be coming out. One, as also Mr. Sapawal mentioned, the link with the neighborhood, the housing, work, transport, mobility, public space, public amenities, the integrated development that you talked about. And very interesting perspective, I think, good food for thought, that is all this demand side support really going, really a perverse, tool, in fact, an instrument that is not really solving the problem. Is the problem really in terms of enhancing supply of good quality affordable housing? So very much food for thought. Thank you very much for leaving us with those. I'll come back for more recommendations in the second round in terms of what we're going to do together in this. And I see already a lot of intersections. Let me now give the floor to Ana Claudia Rosbach, Regional Manager, Latin America and Caribbean from the Cities Alliance. Ana Claudia, what are you seeing? What have you been seeing as part of this COVID crisis? What are you hearing, from your work on the ground? What can you share with us in terms of the challenges, the opportunities, and the way forward that is being put forward by your co-panelists? Please.
Sure. Thank you, Shipra. Nice to meet you virtually. Thank you for hosting this amazing event. I've been following the previous panels as well. Good morning, everybody from Latin America. Well, I was very impressed by the previous presentations and the conclusions that come very close to the path that we have been also tracking here in the South. So I think I will complement a little bit Marissa's perspective, because we have been also working through communities of practices, practitioners, platforms, in order to exchange experiences and practices, responses in the post-COVID. A lot here in Latin America, but also with the government of South Africa that was in the previous panel, in India as well, and we are planning other activities in Africa as well. So what we find is that, there are some national governments that have been very active in responding to COVID and looking at the housing, but you have to understand that in the Global South, the informal settlement is very prevalent. So, and of course, the COVID has affected immensely the capacity of power, right? The financial capacity of the families here. So we have been observing an increaseness of not only people living on the streets, like it's being observed in cities in the north, but also already an expansion of informal settlements, right? So the previous mismatch that is very clear here, so all the panelists before mentioned, Greg just mentioned it clearly in the case of Europe. It is the case for the South too, right? The mismatch is huge. The price of the house is just much more, times more than the income of the families. And now with COVID, incomes will decrease. So I could say, this data is not accurate, Shipra, but I think we could say that the formal markets, they reach maybe to 5, maximum 20% of the households in the countries in the South. So this is a huge problem. I don't see a way out. I completely agree with the previous panelists without public investment. PPPs are limited. There are studies already. All the housing PPPs that we have been seeing here in Sao Paulo, in India, there are cases. They request lots of guarantees, lots of subsidies. So the private sector will contribute, but there is a requirement of guarantee. There's no appetite to taking risks. So international aid might be helpful also at some point, but fiscal resources are needed for subsidies for housing construction, in the case of our cities, housing improvements and slum upgrading. And the proposal is that you connect housing policies to slum upgrading. So the two, they have to work hand by hand and build communities, as the previous speaker said, not only building houses. This is a lesson that we already learned. But I would like, a lot was spoken about financial frameworks. I believe financial frameworks is one of the two biggest bottlenecks that we have. So the two biggest bottlenecks are, for me, financial framework and land. But land is directly related to the cost of the house. So this is the most expensive input, and well-located land is unaffordable everywhere for the poor. So what I would like to propose, right, and this is for me a huge opportunity brought by COVID, is that we work with the national legislation to unlock land. And this national legislation needs to be reflected in city planning. So what COVID responses demonstrated to us here, especially in Latin America and the Global South at all, is the role of the cities in responding to the needs, to the holistic needs of the poorer neighborhoods, the needs for food, the needs for water, the needs to access health services, the needs to access economic opportunities, right? So this integrality, this holistic manner, we have to keep in the post-COVID, and we need to leverage the capacity at the city level from all stakeholders, improve the governance mechanisms. Solidarity networks have been formed everywhere. This is amazing. So let's keep those. and integrate those in the process of taking decisions about our cities and decision about our policies. So in terms of national legal framework, I see South Africa, Kenya, Mexico, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, all countries that recognize the social function of the land. And this is what we need. So cities, they need to do two basic things. First, earmark existing slums and accept flexible parameters to incremental upgrading, in situ, no evictions. We learned this lesson very badly. And secondly, reserve vacant land for low-income housing. So create the right incentives for that and really look at the underutilized land and buildings in the city. This is another opportunity from COVID. The changing in the working patterns will enable a huge expansion of supply of empty buildings in city. So working through city planning and regulations to enable in situ upgrading, plus enabling the use of vacant and underutilized building and spaces in cities can unlock land, even private land, I would say the dangerous word here, even private land for housing developments in the Global South. So this is the message that I wanted to share.
Great, thank you so much. I think the two big points for me, the integrated solutions, too often, and I'm embarrassed to say even within Habitat, too often the housing agenda and the slum upgrading agenda have moved parallelly, as we see also in policy frameworks, and I think they need to come together. So very important, and the fundamental, the central issue of land. But linked to that, also the central issue of effective multi-level governance. National policy must enhance and support and facilitate local planning, not hinder it, not challenge it, not undermine it. And that is absolutely central. So I think those are key points. Thank you very much for those. And because you mentioned that word, private land, I think we can go straight to Danielle Grossenbacher, President of the FIABG, the International Real Estate Federation, and Chair of FIABG's membership of the World Urban Campaign. The city we need is affordable. Danielle, you and I have talked about this many times as part of the Habitat 3 process, as part of several conversations, and now you've heard the words. How do we bring in private land, private real estate, private housing, vacant housing units into the mainstream of this discussion around affordable housing? What have you seen in this time of COVID? What are the opportunities that you're seeing? The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you very much, Shipha, and hello from North America. Yes, COVID has brought a lot of challenges, but also a lot of opportunities. I think the biggest challenge is that we realize the immense task that we have to do. Right now, you mentioned earlier that 1.8 million people around the world, 1.8 billion people are poorly housed. And that's a big challenge, but the bigger challenge is that we are told by the UN that in the next 30 years, we'll have 2.5 billion more people on Earth. And that's going to be once in a lifetime. After that, there will be a decrease in population. So the next 30 years really bring us an immense challenge of housing decently at least 4 billion people. This is like 50% of the current population. So we need to speed up our game really, really well. And I think the challenges that we've seen in the COVID crisis also bring some opportunities. But I think we've seen that we need to build a lot quicker. We need to adapt and change, modify the way we build homes, the way they are. I think people need a little bit more space. They need access to outdoor space, to at least fresh air, open their windows. And we need to have more partnerships. We need financing. We need to attract the people who have the money, make them see a way to make profit and be interested in investing in housing, which is the biggest need that we have right now. And we have to interest private developers. And the question is always, where's the profit? How can I make money by building low-income housing? Well, there are some solutions and some opportunities that are brought by the COVID situation. First of all, with Zoom, now we are in contact with the world every day. And we can exchange ideas and we can see what's happening elsewhere. And I think this is the way humans work. I mean, you get an idea from somebody and it triggers something in your mind and you come up with your own solution. So I think the technologies that we're experimenting right now are very, very important. We also see a lot of new technologies to speed up construction. We see now that sales can be done virtually, and I've been in touch with developers who've sold in one day all the units they had before construction. So they had, there was a case in Hawaii that I listened yesterday, 318 units, and they were sold in one day, and there were 4,000 people who applied to buy these. So this is definitely an opportunity with the virtual possibility of selling online. Then we need to have a better construction, more solid construction. We have to work on having cleaner air. And as was mentioned before, it's very, very important to be close to transportation and all services, because unfortunately, we've seen governments around the world who build communities like 30 miles outside of a city with no transportation, no jobs, and as a result, there are buildings and buildings that are totally empty when so many people need housing. So keep it short, but I'll throw in an idea like a stone in the puddle. Traveling as president 4 years ago of the International Real Estate Federation in 2015 to 16, I saw thousands of containers, shipping containers on ports all over the world. And I'm told that you can use a shipping container only for 2 years. After that, it's there, it's on land by the port, and it stays there. Well, I've seen examples in France, for instance, of fabulous construction with shipping containers, and then you cover it, and first of all it's very resistant to cold and everything, and then if you cover the outside you never can guess that there's a shipping container. And those shipping containers, I'm told, can be sold for about $2,000 a piece. So I'm throwing this idea that maybe in many countries there's some ways to build very quickly for the homeless, without creating plans and going through many steps. Thank you very much, Shipra.
Thank you for throwing that stone in the puddle. I'm sure it will cause some ripples. I'm looking forward to some reactions from our other panelists on container housing solutions, but why just for the poor? So okay, let's move on to our last panelist. Annika Wahlberg, Secretary General of the International Union of Tenants. Annika, we've heard a lot about rental social housing. We've heard a lot about rental housing solutions as possibilities. We've heard several ideas. So as the representative of the International Union of Tenants, what do you think are the opportunities? We know the challenges. We want to hear those from you, but more importantly, what do you think are the opportunities in terms of transformation of our public policy in terms of rental housing? Please, the floor is yours.
I'll start to follow up on the previous speaker. And there are solutions such as implementation of extraordinary measures that perhaps people use in a state of emergency. So including using vacant and abandoned units and available short-term rentals. Housing departments and councils need to work with shared accommodation providers, including boarding and rooming house operators, to ensure residents are not evicted into more severe homelessness and that their accommodation is healthy. So, as many of you have already said, the COVID-19 pandemic is causing massive human and economic harm, and it has hit the housing and not least the rental sector particularly hard. Contractors and casual workers and young people are much at risk of eviction due to their lost income in the type of industries that they work in. Housing, as we all know, is a fundamental human right, and in the battle against the spread of COVID-19, it can be a matter of life or death. Without adequate housing, it's impossible to carry out social distancing and observe good hygiene practice. The pandemic is highlighting as well as compounding the global housing crisis. The organization which I represent, which is the International Union of Tenants, which is a non-governmental and not-for-profit membership organization for global tenants. We have 72 members in 47 countries around the world, and we safeguard the interest of tenants and promote affordable and decent rental housing across the world. This year, it's obvious that we needed to create a global discussion on the transformative impact of COVID-19 on the rental sector and explore how to build communities back better. We therefore produced a video for the International Tenants Day, which fell yesterday and coincided with the World Habitat Day. That video is available on YouTube, and I'll put a link up in a little while on the chat. We think that many governments still need to do much more to mediate economic and social consequences of the pandemic. We need to restart the economy in a way that is socially, economically, and ecologically sustainable. To that end, we call on governments to do three things, principally. I will come back to some more actions which we hope that the governments will take, and states and cities and all stakeholders in the second part. But the important three things are that no tenants get evicted from residential properties, that there is affordable housing for all, including the homeless, and that there is direct financial assistance and rental payment funds for tenants in need. So we often talk about participation, and particularly in this case, we call on every stakeholders in every country and city to do what they can. The good news is we've had regular contacts with tenants, organizations across the world. A summary of these is available on our websites, and as has been mentioned, we've participated in many webinars. We've had a chance to chat to people more than perhaps when you meet in person, because we can do it more efficiently without travel. We have also attracted more members, and we partnered with many organizations, and we're really happy that you've invited us today to participate. I would also say that behind every organization there are individuals, and we've seen a large number of volunteers helping their neighbors in all our communities around the world. I would also ask that you continue to interact with your local or national tenants organization to participate towards the movement towards housing for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, some very clear recommendations. No tenants get evicted, affordable housing, a direct financial assistance. But I'm also hearing, what COVID has done in a broader sense. It has accelerated this transition to a virtual world where we can connect more, we can hear more, we can get more diverse views. Danielle was saying we can get more, diverse experiences, and learn from a much wider remit of people than we would normally physically engage with. So that's quite interesting. There is, thank you again, Annika. There is a comment in the chat where someone is making the point that land is the most important obstacle, and you've all made that point. How do we frame and set up rules to prevent land speculation? and to provide affordable housing solutions. Easy, right? I mean, you cracked that, you got it. So anybody wants to take a shot at that, and then we see if other questions come in. Ana Claudia, I see your real hand, so you can go first. And if anyone else also wants to say something, feel free to jump in after. Gregor, I see you as well. Okay, we go with you first, Ana Claudia.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mentioned the legislations before from these countries, South Africa, Kenya, Brazil, etc. What they have is the recognition of the social function of the land, the property, and the city. This is an element that is also on the new urban agenda. And this is a concept that I think we need to broadly understand better, because it doesn't mean that we don't respect, or these countries don't respect private property, but it means that the property has to be used in interest of a social purpose, of a collective, of a society, of a city, right? So therefore, in these countries, mechanisms were created to allow Islam dwellers to stay where they are, for example, even if it's sometimes public asset or private land or even environmentally protected land, just because it's already consolidated, right? And we have like 2 billion Islam dwellers worldwide, so you're not able to resettle them. I think the opportunity that COVID brings us is to what Nika was just saying. It's an emergency situation, so we can change laws, we can change regulations on an emergency modus. This is the opportunity that we need to take.
Great, thank you. Absolutely. Gregor.
Yes, on land speculation, there is a lot of possible different tools, but I just wanted to talk about one that is the most obvious. The most obvious anti-speculative tool is actually taxation. Taxation of property is a tool that has very often been used already in the past. And apart from reducing the pressure on speculation, such tool has 2 other good elements which I would like to talk about. First of all is the funding for local governments, which has proven to be so important because it is the local government which funds all those necessary services that have proven to be so important during the pandemic times. But the second one, which is not that obvious, is that by linking budgets of municipalities with the property value, it actually stimulates good decision by the municipality. So with well-structured property tax, local municipalities would be incentivized to make decisions on investments that would actually be beneficial for the local community and would also provide negative kind of conditions for urban sprawl. I mean, this is something that happens all over the planet, and with well-structured local property tax, urban sprawl will be less beneficial for the cities, because they will have to balance the cost of necessary infrastructure with all this income that can be derived from the city that grows geographically. So that is one thing that could be done by municipalities and by the governments that would not only limit speculation, but also link good development policies with financial flows. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I think those are very important, very thoughtful responses. I am mindful of the time, and I'm being nudged forward. So let me move on to the next round very quickly. All of you have already outlined some recommendations, some commitments, some thoughts on what you're willing to do. We already heard from Marta Delgado. We already heard from Yves-Laurent Sapovar. We've heard from some of you. I will give you 1 minute each, or 1.5. What is your declared action as a follow-up to what you've seen in the times of COVID, but also what you've heard today, and this discussion, not just this discussion, connect back to the previous roundtable, on informal settlements as well. What is, from your perspective, your organization's perspective, the declared action that you want to put out, and perhaps also connect with the others who are around the table? Should we go in a different order? Maybe I invite Marisa. You haven't had a chance to speak the second time. Please.
Thank you. Okay, 90 seconds. I think I will say a couple of things. What at the OECD, I think our responsibility at any time, and especially in the COVID crisis, is to build the evidence base and to make sure that we are tracking what's happening, what the outcomes are, what the housing outcomes are for affordability, for quality. And this is, nationally what the picture is for countries, but also for different types of households, for different income groups, all of this. So that's our job, and that's what we will continue to be doing. And as I said, we're continuing to monitor the policy responses to know what governments are doing and how effective that has been. And I think another thing that has always been our job, but this has really, to me, been something that has been so incredibly powerful during the COVID crisis, is the sharing of good practice, or even just the sharing of practice, so countries can learn from each other. And we found governments were so hungry for this during COVID because everything was unknown. And so everyone was kind of looking to their neighbor and saying, okay, you just had this a week ago, what did you do? And I think for me, that was something that was hugely helpful. The last point I want to make, and this actually brings me back to the issue of homelessness, is that I think something that at the OECD, where it can be useful in this discussion, is that we have experts on lots of different policy areas. And so we have a lot of experts working on housing, but from a different perspective, environmental, social, finance, anything like that. And I think that's something, this is an issue where you need all of these different areas of expertise to come in and look at the question of housing. You need this cross-cutting approach. And it's something, just to mention, that I think was a really interesting case we saw in Scotland, where this is, and I'm thinking of a cross-cutting approach both on the ground when you're looking at, what can we do about homeless people and get them off the streets in this emergency, but also even well before that when you're looking at the evidence base. And something that they did in Scotland, a team of researchers, they took health data and they took homelessness data and they put it together for the first time, and they made incredible discoveries about the fact that people who are homeless, they made two incredible discoveries. The first is that I think it was 1/6 or something of the population at some point in their lives had been homeless, which was incredible. It was not what they thought was going to happen. The second was that when they looked at trends data of housing and of health and homelessness, is that they discovered that many people who became homeless, there was a spike in their use of health services just before. So for this was a sign to say there may be a prevention moment when we can go in health services and prevent people from becoming homeless. And this was really because someone took the initiative to put two data sets together that normally don't get put together. So I will stop there. I have a lot more to say, but I will stop there and let the others intervene as well.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And I think absolutely evidence, data, but also different cuts of data, different combinations of data, different understanding, analysis, interpretation of data to actually find the right solutions. Thank you so much. Let me turn to Danielle. 60 seconds, 90 seconds. Not
yes. Okay. So the idea for us is to share successful solutions to housing. So now we have a special site. It's called urbanthinkingtalks.com. urbanthinkingtalks.com. It's 15 to 20-minute talks with lots of pictures and videos showing you successful solutions from around the world. So we have about 10 talks already. We just started this channel. And please, if you want to contribute anything, solution from your own country, do go there and contact me and we'll post it. The more we see what's happening around the world, the better ideas we have, the more we adapt quickly. That's my contribution. urbanthinkingtalks.com. Thank you.
Please put the link in the chat so everybody can see it. Thank you so much.
Can you do it for me, Shipra, please?
Yes, I'll get someone to do it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me turn to Arif. Arif, if you're still online, declared actions. What are you going to do going forward?
Okay, thank you, Shapira. I think I want to share the key point. Yeah, the key point is the data is very important in the COVID in the center of COVID. Yeah, we have with the CCASEP, with the application, we have prepared the big data of the housing supply and demand in Indonesia. I don't know, Indonesia is a wide country, the big country, yeah. And I hope that every actor can use optimization of our data to make the planning and the regulation. I think like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. So we come back to the question of data and making available good data for planning, good data for regulation, good data for policy. Gregor, what's your commitment? What's your declared action?
Okay, so the EIB is a bank of the European Union. So what we will be doing, we will be following European Union around the globe, and hand in hand, we will be lending to housing projects and more widely to urban development projects. And we will be making sure that these projects are sustainable, rooted in local traditions and culture, and using as much as possible local solutions. And we need, I mean, this is my big plea to everybody. In order for us to do it, we need to have partners to work with. So please bring good projects, but more importantly, bring good housing policies that are rooted in data and based on facts. And this will help us work together and eradicate poverty and end homelessness. Thank you.
There you have it. If you have good projects, good policies, good partners, EIB is committing itself to advance the financing for housing, for inclusive, social, and affordable housing, sustainable urban development. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate that strong support and commitment. Mr. Sapawal, you already outlined your declared actions and your commitments. Is there something you'd like to add to that or reinforce those commitments?
I still have 90 seconds, so I will do that. I will use those 90 seconds. First of all, to say about a word about land. Land is long-term and it's building rights. So there is things to do. There are things to do regarding that. I think what we need, apart from land, we now need solutions. We now need to implement solutions. From my perspective and from my experience, there is no lack of money. There is a lack of good projects. There is a lack of projects that are really made out of reflection and not out of the blue, like in urgence and things like that. So this is my perspective. And to have projects and to have projects that are implemented within a sustainable housing policy, we need to be able to, in some way, to think about housing policies in the same moment than projects. So my commitment is to participate to this compact for housing solutions that we are thinking of with UN Habitat, made out of a task force to really provide evidence-based and action-oriented practical recommendations to project, a bankable projects pipeline. This is the second object, and a community of practice. I think we have a very good opportunity with Zoom and video and things like that to really assess and to work properly, to have workshops on local housing policies and to see how it works. All the experts that we are here, I mean, we have spent time exchanging views, but these are mostly the same views or complementary views. I mean, we are talking to people who are understanding each other. I think we should have had, if we could organize or you could organize some workshops about Indonesia, to go deep dive into housing policy in Indonesia And then about, I don't know, France, any other European country, and other countries in the world, African country, to see exactly, to go deep dive, all the specialists that are around the table here, to go deep dive into within what is the housing policy. We would definitely participate to this. And I think this would be very, very useful for everybody, including the country. We have this kind of peer review with OECD that are still too, I think, probably too light. I think we need time, and we need to go deep dive into housing policies within those workshops and within this compact for housing solutions to provide solutions. Over.
Fantastic. Thank you. You're not only making commitments and for yourself, you're also asking us to make commitments. I will make one at the end of this meeting on behalf of UN Habitat. Let me turn to Annika. Annika, what, in addition to what you said before, 90 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. Our main objective was and is to ensure that the COVID-19 pandemic does not become a homelessness crisis. So we will continue to work for moratorium on evictions, direct financial assistance to affected groups, rental payment funds, rental stabilization and reduction measures, suspend utility disconnections, and ensure that internet infrastructure is available and stable so that we can continue to have meetings like this. We must also ensure that renovation costs are not unfairly passed on to tenants or lead to gentrification. And also that government must take their share of the investment cost and guarantee tenants' participation in this process.
Fantastic. Very clear, very crisp. Thank you. Last but certainly not the least, I'll turn to Ana Claudia. Your 90 seconds, declared action. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Shipra. Completely in agreement. If we need to deep dive, and this is what we are doing through the housing laboratories, through the Urban Housing Practitioners Hub that I just mentioned in Latin America. We'll keep doing that. We understand that we need to act. We need to find ways to act quickly, even tackling these difficult aspects as land on an emergency mode. I said that before. And for that, we need technical resources and political will from the whole society. So this combination is critical. That's why we also bet on community of practices. So in this context, the Cities Alliance, in its nature of membership-based organization and throughout its current and emerging portfolio of country programs, commits to support local and national governments in alliance with civil society and international organizations to promote incremental development and local, inclusive and participatory governance bodies. No evictions, and in the coming 12 months, support communities of practice in multiple countries to share responses to COVID-19 in informal settlements, promote and scale up the implementation of citywide and nationwide slum upgrading at scale. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And from UN Habitat, I think we've heard you. We've heard the call for deep dives. We have a housing rights program. We have our housing team. They're not on your screen, but they're very much behind the screens, and I'm committing them to drive these deep dives in several countries in the next in the next year, to work with you, Cities Alliance, to work with the Union of Tenants, to work with the banks, to work with various member states, countries, national governments, local governments, policy actors, to actually bring all of these together in unusual coalitions to do really deep, strong dives and find innovative out-of-the-box policy solutions. So that's our commitment to you and on this World Habitat Day. Let me now move to the closing. We're just 2 minutes over. As you know, the Housing for All campaign has been launched by UN Habitat to promote key actions that are needed to ensure the right to adequate housing for all. Among the objectives of the campaign is promotion of alliances. This is why you're all here. This is one of the purposes of World Habitat Day and of the series of events and of our normative, operational, and advocacy work. So I want you really I would encourage you to visit the webpage of the campaign on our UN Habitat website. Share your solutions to address the challenges of ensuring housing for all. There are many ideas that have been shared in the meeting today. We will compile them. We will look at the way forward based on what we've heard today. and we will take everybody along. I would like to close this panel by saying a very big thanks. It's been a rich discussion, very valuable, very engaging. But we will close with a small surprise, as I said, with a short video based on a project called The Human Shelter, which investigates the primordial need of everyone to call a safe place a home. We would encourage you to think about the question posed at the end of this video: what makes a home for you? Thank you very much again, and over to the team to screen the video. Thank you.
Nuo tälle pankarohtumus, tälle talvet, kedat, kässi ja vaschakcha.
で12人から13人ぐらいがまあそれぞれ友達同士で集まってでみんなでそのなんていうかまあ気持ちよく楽しく暮らせる家を作ろうっていうことで。
L'autre, il est à me le coloni et au medon. Mais ta mais dewi. Sumanywa na merindo dido bede. Mi do polo famille do ya ijemelo. Enyo wo ezo mi do po ba ya jem.
هذا عندي غاب جبته من هناك وياي من جيت من صلاح الدين. ربحت في هذا المخيم هو أن نجيت أنا وعائلتي من الموت في هذه المنطقة.
البيت مكان الذي أعيش فيه. ساعدوني إلى أن أصل إلى مجتمع. Thank you. مجتمع.
Thank you, Miss Sipra, our lovely moderator, to close the round table 3 for today. That was such an incredible discussion. And also the speakers, thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we just see the beautiful videos, home for all. So this is what we all gonna do to create and to act for now for housing for all, a better urban future. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants and delegations, thank you very much once again. And this brings us to the closing remarks for our second day of the Global Observance. I would like to thank you all for joining us, and I also would like to hand over to the UN Habitat Executive Director, Ms. Maimuna Muhammad Sharif. Please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Mayors, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, distinguished participants, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. The World Habitat Day 2020, you will agree with me, is a historic for many reasons. For the first time, since 1986, we held the Global Observance in a hybrid fashion. Surabaya is at the center of a network of 81 events across all continents in 44 countries and 57 cities. For the first time, World Habitat Day is truly global in its reach and scope. I would like to thank all the countries, cities, and communities who built event around the theme Housing for All towards a better urban future. As we are now 10 months into the decade of actions toward 2030, I hope we have used the World Habitat Day to take stock of our efforts to ensure no one and no place is left behind. Many participants today have committed in working in partnership, be it with cities, local governments, the UN, grassroots groups, and the private sector, to accelerate implementation of the new urban agenda and the achievement of the SDGs, in particular SDG 11. Here are some of the commitments made by our partners on the World Habitat Day, and I also listened to the last panel roundtable 3 just now. The government of France is committed to working with the UN Habitat and to developing innovative solutions for affordable housing. The government of South Africa is committed to translating the SDG and the new urban agenda into regional strategies, action framework, and to foster interactive learning and innovative regional financing for Southern Africa. The Mexican government is committed to creating by the end of the year an urban excellence and innovation unit to foster innovative to solve the challenges of cities. The city of Subang Jaya in Malaysia have committed to work towards doing its voluntary local review in commemoration of its city status later this month. Real Social Enterprise is committed to working with UN Habitats towards delivering housing to a growing population of Asia and Africa. There are commitments by countries, cities, private sector, and communities. I would like to urge all of us as individuals to make similar commitments, and more importantly, to ensure that we are able to put them into actions. I have asked my team, I think you already heard from Shipra just now, I've asked my team to follow up with all the organizers of Urban Oktober events, now more than 1,000 of them worldwide, to catalog these commitments and to report back in 2021 on the 4th of October in 2021 and on the 3rd of October in 2022, and also in the World Urban Forum in 2022, the action undertaken by all our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Habitat Day is an opportunity to exchange ideas, share experience, and also work together to find ways to scale up urban solutions. The housing challenge is never more urgent than this year, 2020, dominated by COVID-19, is all about ensuring everyone has adequate housing to protect our families from the disease. I would like to share with you several key findings that emerged from the roundtable discussion. Number one, accelerating achievement of SDG and implementation of the new urban agenda requires partnership and coordination at all levels and sharing experiences from the local level. Number two, the Urban Agenda platform is a great opportunity to accelerate action toward the achievement of the new urban agenda at SDG 11. As our distinguished guests have rightfully highlighted today, we truly believe that it will be a place to share and learn, an opportunity to engage in dialogue and exchange, and a powerful tool for us all to track, monitor, and evaluate our work. It is our hope that it will be a powerful catalyst to support policy making and evidence-based action, but also to show the benefits of urbanization. Third, ensuring recovery from inclusive, participatory approach and all of community action. We need to raise awareness of the situation in informal settlements, and equally we need to create incentive for the stakeholders, including donors and the private sectors, to finance plans and strategies to transform and improve life in slum. And for the recovery, to be resilient, people-centered approach that empowers the poor is needed to make sure not only infrastructure but also livelihood are improved. Ladies and gentlemen, we only have 10 years left to achieve the ambitious Sustainable Development Goals, and World Habitat Day marks the completion of 3/4 of the first year of consolidated actions. COVID-19 has certainly made it easier to work together as champions of urban settlements. We must keep our eye fixed on the prize, SDG 11. The urban SDG is a docking station for all the other SDGs. Housing for all is not just about built environment, but fulfills a need more fundamental, the need to build homes and communities. And I hope you see now why we regard housing for all as a human right. For the rest of this month, which we are calling Urban October, I hope you will continue to join webinars and events in your own countries to renew ties and commitments towards a better urban future. Finally, let's thank the government of the Republic of Indonesia and the city of Surabaya. Terima kasih Ibu Risma for hosting the global observance of World Habitat Day. Let me also extend my thanks to honorable ministers, mayors, and the committee leaders, the private sector, the academicians, the youth, and also the women groups who have made the virtual gathering possible. Your contributions are very much appreciated. I now officially close the World Habitat Day 2020, and I look forward to seeing all of you again at the end of the month when we celebrate World Cities Day on 31st of October 2020 in Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you. Cese, shukran, merci, spasiba, gracias, terima kasih. Over to you.
Thank you, Executive Director, Ms. Maimuna Muhammad Sharif. Ladies and gentlemen, participants and delegations from the City Hall, and finally I will call the Mayor of Surabaya, Honorable Tri Risma Harini, to close the World Habitat Day Global Observance 2020. Please.
Thank you. Her Excellency Madam Maimunah Musarif, UN Habitat Executive Director, Honorable Minister, United Nations Representative, Mayors, Experts, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. With a sincere gratitude, we are now at the closing session of the Global Observance of the World Habitat Day 2020. Once again, Surabaya is proud to host all distinguished leaders and experts both physically and virtually. Our deepest appreciation goes to Madam Maimunah Musarif and all staff of the UN Habitat for working tirelessly with Surabaya to make this hybrid global celebration a success. From this two-day event, I hope we can get many lessons and knowledge from other cities around the world on the issue of housing for all. This topic has been a global pressing issue, especially during the current pandemic outbreak. It definitely is not easy for us local leaders. This needs to be a strong strategy and well-planned initiative in order to ensure the right to a decent housing that can reflect an existence of human beings on earth. There are still people who cannot afford a decent housing, and those who have to lose their house due to a war, and they do not have any shelter to protect them from the heat, rain, or cold weather. It has for many times been emphasized that the existence of a decent housing even becomes more prominent than ever due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The condition might be worse due to the global economic downturn, and many people are losing their jobs, impacted to lower purchasing power. On the other side, the impact of global warming, such as the occurrence of a natural disaster like flooding, landslide, earthquake, and fire, have also destroyed people's housing. In this critical time, we don't need to learn from one another and share lessons learned to be able to make improvement in our respective regions. Housing is also prominent for women to shelter and children to grow well. For our children, in addition to decent housing, they also need to have adequate access to playground, school, and public space to socialize. We, a big city, need to also face a challenge of a growing urbanization which requires more space for human settlement. I hope today's workshop have been able to give us many inputs and insight in dealing with those critical issues. At last, I would like to thank everyone involved in the organizing of this event: UN Habitat, Ministry of Public Works and Housing Indonesia, Indonesian Embassy in Nairobi, moderators, panelists, and all parties that I cannot mention one by one. To all participants, thank you very much for participating to this first ever hybrid global celebration of the World Habitat Day, and I hope when the pandemic ends and traveling is no longer restricted, you can all come to visit Surabaya. I'm looking forward to seeing you physically here in Surabaya next time. Goodbye, adios, au revoir, sejian, Davis, Daniel, ma'assalama, sampai jumpa. Thank you.
Thank you. The Mayor of Surabaya, Honorable Tri Risma Harini, to close the World Habitat Day Global Observance 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole meeting, discussions, and agenda, along with other videos, will be on the UN Habitat YouTube channel. All the speeches, the PPDs, will be uploaded on the urbanoctober.unhabitat.org. And also, once again, ministers, mayors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Mayor of Surabaya and Surabaya as the host, would like to send our gratitude for your participation. Also, we're sending you our apology for any delay or any inconvenience during the agenda. Let's act for a better urban future, housing for all. My name is Tira Pramata as your Master of Ceremonies today. Surely we will see you on the next year agenda. Stay healthy, stay safe. Good day and good night.